Good morning. Today's July 21st, 2025. We have a hearing on MVP's rate request for fiscal year 26 for the small group and individual market. We have the parties before us, and I'm going to designate today Mr. Michael Barber, our general counsel, as the hearing officer for today's hearing. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Barber, and thank you parties for your submissions and for being here today.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Michael Barber. I'm the general counsel for the board. Just go over a few things. So just for the public, this is a hearing on MVP Health Plans 2026 individual and small group rate filings. Docket number for the individual filing is GMCB-002-25RR, and the docket number for the small group filing is GMCB-003-25RR. The hearing is being held pursuant to 8 VSA Section 4062, as well as Green Mountain Care Board's Rate Review Rule 2, Section 2.307. Representing MVP in these matters are Gary Carnegie, Ryan Long, and Alexa Blaze from the law firm Primer Piper, Eggleston and Kramer PC. Representing the Office of the Healthcare Advocate, representing the interests of healthcare consumers are Eric Schulteis and Charles Becker from the Office of the Healthcare Advocate. The board's counsel, Laura Beliveau, is also here. She will be leading the direct testimony of the board's contract actuaries from Lewis and Ellis, and may also have questions for other witnesses. Just a reminder, if anyone has any technical difficulties today as we go forward, you can just text me and let me know, and I'll pause the hearing while we try to get it sorted out. My cell phone number is 802-585-4829. For any member of the public who's with us this morning, we will be taking public comment at the close of the proceedings today. I can't say when that will be, however, so if you don't want to sit through a long day of witness testimony, we are having a meeting on Thursday, July 24th from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and that will be dedicated exclusively to hearing from the public on the individual and small group filings from MVP and Blue Cross. Information about that meeting can be found by going to our website, the Green Mountain Care Board's website, and clicking on the link for 2025 board meeting information. Spend just a second on the binders. We received binders from MVP on July 17th. 2 additional exhibits and a new table of contents were submitted on Saturday, so the binders should contain now 43 exhibits from MVP, and the table of contents lists another 6 exhibits 44 through 49 from the Office of the Healthcare Advocate. Those exhibits are not included in the binders, but the table of contents contains hyperlinks to the documents. And I understand that the parties have stipulated to the admissibility of all 49 of those documents. Gary and Eric, is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and admit those now then. And before we get started, just a reminder for board members and parties, the binders contain confidential information. Documents with confidential information are identified in the table of contents. The material that has been determined to be confidential will have a red box around it, or it may say entire page confidential or something to that effect. So as we move through the witness testimony today, please let me know if you have questions for a witness that relate to confidential material, and we can plan a non-public session to do that. So that goes for parties and board members. So that's all I had. Does either party have anything we need to discuss before we move to opening statements?
No, sir.
No hearing officer.
Right. Carrie, would MVP like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gary Carnady, and I again represent MVP in these rate filing proceedings, along with Ryan Long and Alexa Blaze from the Primer firm. MVP appreciates the opportunity to again offer health insurance to Vermonters in 2026. Over the years, each rate filing hearing has had its unique challenge that threads through much of the evidence, from expert battles we had early on, back when the HCA had their own actuarial expert, to COVID in 2020 and 2021, and to the meaning of affordability in more recent time. And 2026 is no different. We believe the common thread in the 2026 proceeding is board alignment. Let me identify three types of board alignment. First is the board's alignment of its work under various laws. The evidence will show that recent legislation has further empowered the board to improve the provision of healthcare and health insurance in Vermont. MVP fully supports these new laws. As the board implements them, the evidence will show the importance of keeping the financial impacts of those implementation decisions aligned with these 2026 rates as approved. Second is the board's alignment of stakeholder treatment. The board should be commended for its efforts over the past years to maintain a level playing field and align its rate decisions, other decisions, and treatment of all the stakeholders within its purview. Each insured, each healthcare provider, the healthcare advocate, and each of the carriers. Finally is the board's alignment efforts within the rate filing itself. As in prior years, the board will consider the evidence presented and align its decision across each statutory criterion. Any adjustment based on one criterion impacts the others as they all feed into a final number. The evidence will show that MVP at this July 21st rate hearing seeks an updated and lower rate increase than it had requested in its original May filing. The evidence will show that MVP is now seeking a reduced 2.84% increase for individual and 2.98% increase for small group. The evidence will provide a basis for the board to conclude, as it did last year, that no further cuts to these proposed rates are necessary. The evidence will show that L&E proposed no cuts to MVP rates in the last 2 years. Further cuts might make the 2026 rates inadequate. The evidence will also show that a CTR of 2% is essential for 2026. The board's 2025 rate decision is estimated to reduce MVP's losses for its Vermont line of business into a more reasonable range. That said, the evidence will show that MVP is not out of the woods yet. One line of business, estimated to be in the black for 2025, after years of losses for both lines, by no means establishes a trend. The evidence will also show that MVP is running its Vermont lines of business well in comparison to other carriers nationwide, including further reducing administrative costs as a percent of premium for 2025 levels. MVP will also be submitting substantial evidence for the board to consider when it determines non-actuarial criteria, such as affordability, as invited by the board in its affordability guidance. This evidence is in the form of pre-filed testimony, and I understand from the chair doesn't want to hear a lot of redundancy, live testimony, but there will be some evidence, as well as MVP's exhibits. There's about a dozen or so, which provide substantial information for the board's review. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schulteis.
Thank you. So morning all, my name is Eric Schulteis. I'm a staff attorney at the Office of the Healthcare Advocate. I'm going to be representing Vermont consumers today. So a few things are different this rate review. Much of the healthcare landscape is chaotic. Vermonters will likely see a drastic reduction to the amount of subsidies available to them to help pay for health insurance premiums. Vermonters will have the shortest time to enroll in exchange plans in memory. Insurer solvency and insurance market competition concerns have reached an all-time high. Some things, however, remain the same. Vermonters continue to struggle to pay for and use health insurance. This is not a new phenomenon, yet today we are well past the point where Vermonters can pay to prop up the system. Reflecting what is different and what is the same makes me want to say the quiet part out loud. It is all hands on deck when we, myself included, are concerned about carrier solvency, but we do not have that urgency when Vermonters say health insurance costs are making them insolvent. I'm going to ask you to do a few things this year. Express an urgency for Vermonters' plight. Even if you do not lower the rates, at least devote as much ink in the decision to affordability and access as you do to the actuarial factors. Strive to answer the difficult questions about affordability and access. For instance, how do we move from affordability for an individual to affordability for a population? And lastly, hold MVP accountable for the non-actuarial factors. This means doing something more than just telling MVP to address the factors in your order. We know that what that results in. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carnady, please call your first witness. You're on mute, sorry.
Well, I'm glad I'm on mute because I just called you Chair Barber, which would be quite a promotion. Thank you, hearing officer.
Is it? Is it? And he'd be great.
I would like to call Eric Bachner, please, from MVP.
Mr. Bachner, I'm going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Carnady.
Eric, would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, thank you. My name is Eric Bachner.
And Eric, where do you work?
I work at MVP Healthcare.
And what is MVP Health Plan, Inc., please?
MVP Health Plan, Inc. is a not-for-profit subsidiary of MVP Healthcare, which is the parent company.
And MVP Health Plan, Inc. is the filer of these rates this year, correct?
That's correct.
And what is your position at MVP Healthcare?
My position is a Director, Commercial Markets and Valuation Actuary.
Do you hold any professional certifications?
Yes, I'm an associate in the Society of Actuaries.
And how long have you worked at MVP?
So I've been in the healthcare industry in total since 2013. So about 10 years with MVP and 2 years with another carrier.
And your work with that other carrier, was it somewhat related to what you're doing now?
Yes, it was not in the commercial health insurance space, but it was in the health insurance space.
And have you worked on prior rate filings in Vermont?
Yes, we counted it up, and I believe this is my 41st rate filing that I've been involved in the state of Vermont.
And about how many rate filings will you work on this year?
There will be, counting small group and individual and large group, 3 filings.
And over the course of the time that you worked on rate filings in Vermont, has your role changed?
Sure. Yeah. So when I started working on these filings, I was starting just as the pricing actuary, just supporting the data and supporting the assumption driving. I've since moved up to being the lead pricing actuary, and now I am in charge of all of the commercial filings for MVP.
And what do your job duties include as the Director of Commercial Market and Valuation Actuary?
Sure. So as I just stated, I am responsible for filing all of MVP's commercial rate filings in both New York and Vermont. So that includes small group, large group, and individual in both states. I'm also in charge of setting MVP's IBNR, incurred but not reported reserves. So we have to hold a pool of money every month for claims that we know we're going to incur at some point in the future, but we haven't received yet. And then I'm also responsible for MVP's commercial forecasting process.
And does that work include reviewing cost drivers?
Yes.
And that would include healthcare costs?
It would most prominently include healthcare costs, yes.
And as part of your job, do you confer and interact with other departments at MVP that would inform your opinions as to these filings?
Sure. So in terms of setting assumptions and understanding what's going on in the broader landscape of MVP, I do work with a bunch of partners, work with our sales and marketing team, work with our clinical team, work with our other finance partners, work with our network management team, sort of broadly touching all parts of MVP.
And are you an economist?
I am not an economist.
Thank you. So as in prior years, what I'd like to do is go through the exhibit list and acclimate the board to documents. These are all in evidence. And I would refer you to that exhibit list. Eric, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
So there's different buckets of evidence. I want to go through that. Exhibits 1, 1A, 2 through 6, 8 through 17, and 42 and 43 would include MVP's individual and small group rate filings, responses to objection questions. And have you reviewed all of those and are you familiar with them?
Yes, I have.
And you adopt them as your testimony in this case, including the confidential information.
That's correct. I do.
And Exhibit 7 is your expert witness disclosure, and it has attached to it your CV. Did you prepare your CV and you're familiar with it?
Yes, I did.
And Exhibit 18, that's your July 11th, 2025, your pre-filed testimony, which includes some confidential information. Are you familiar with that and adopt that as your testimony?
I do.
Exhibits 19 and 20 are the July 11th Department of Financial Regulation solvency analysis letters for individual small group. Have you reviewed those and are you familiar with it?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Exhibits 21, 22, and 26 are the corresponding July 11th Lewis and Ellis actuarial opinions on MVP's filing, as well as the July 15th pre-filed testimony of Jacqueline Lee. Have you reviewed those and are you familiar with them?
Yes, I have.
Then exhibits 23 and 25. 23 is the MVP July 14th carrier calculation, and exhibit 25 is the July 15th notice of disagreement. Have you reviewed those and did you help prepare them?
Yes, I did.
And would you adopt those as your testimony?
Yes.
And then exhibit 24 and 24A are the July 15th, 2025 MVP affordability template and the APTC extension version, and then the Greenmount Care Board guidance on the assessment of affordability. Have you reviewed those documents and are you familiar with it?
Yes, I have.
In particular, the affordability template, the information that MVP input, familiar with that?
Yes, that is correct.
And then finally, exhibit 29, MVP's updated rate increase summary table. And exhibit 30, the MVP's Vermont historical rate cut summary. Exhibit 29 is dated July 16th. And the those two exhibits, did you help prepare those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And would you adopt them as your testimony?
Yes.
And I was searching and now I found it. Exhibit 30 is dated July 16th, correct?
That's correct.
And as we've done in prior years, we put numbers on the exhibits, depending on if you have electronic or a photocopy, they should be in red in the bottom right-hand corner. So as you and I are talking about exhibits, I may reference those numbers and I'd ask you to do the same, okay?
Okay.
So let's start with the numbers. If you would go, please, to Exhibit 1 and identify the document.
Sure. So Exhibit 1 is MVP's individual rate filing submission for 2026. So this is the copy that comes out of SURF with all of the SURF details as well.
And what's the date of that document?
So we submitted this on May 12th.
If you go to the second page, please, the top left, there's a reference to overall rate impact. Do you see that?
I do.
So what was the overall rate impact MVP was identifying as of May 12th, please?
As of May 12th, we were asking for an overall rate impact of 6.24%.
Thank you. And then if you go to Exhibit 2, please. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Would you please identify the document?
Exhibit 2 is the same as Exhibit 1, the SURF documentation for our filing, except that it's for the Vermont Small Group filing for 2026.
And what's the date of that filing, please?
That was also filed on May 12th.
So going to page 2, as of May 12th, what was the overall rate impact MVP was proposing?
So as of May 12th, for the small group market, MVP was proposing an overall rate impact of 7.51%.
Thank you. Then if you go back, there's a Exhibit 1A. Would you please identify that document?
Sure. So Exhibit 1A, when we submitted Exhibit 1, the individual rate filing, the board requested that we submit an additional version of the filing, which would assume that the enhanced APTCs, which are currently scheduled to sunset at the end of 2025, would continue into 2026. So this documentation is sort of an addendum to our Exhibit 1, which provides what the rates would look like if the enhanced APTCs were continued.
Great. And then on the first page of that Exhibit 1A, to the right, there's a number in a box and some words next to it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you please say what the number is, what the words are, and then explain?
Sure. So the words are total revenue change, and that number is negative 0.48%. So if the enhanced APTCs were to continue for 2026, rather than the 6.24% that we originally asked for the individual market, we would ask for a rate increase of negative 0.48%. And the reason for the difference is, if you think about the enhanced APTCs going away, those will increase net premium costs for Vermonters. And what will likely happen in the market is that individuals who previously had a low premium will have a much higher premium. Those individuals who do not utilize the healthcare system will likely lapse coverage, will leave the market. And when that happens, you have members who are leaving the market with no claim cost. The remaining claim cost stays roughly the same, but there are less members to spread the premium burden over, so the rates need to increase. So if the enhanced APTCs continue, that means that there will be more members in the market to cover the overall pool of claims, and the rate increase would need to be lower.
And roughly, what would that adjustment be, roughly?
It was roughly 7%. It was in the mid 6% range.
Thank you. So for clarity, we're going to be going through MVP's revised proposed rates today, what those numbers are. I mentioned it in my opening. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. That doesn't include this adjustment because as it stands now, MVP's presuming the subsidies are going away, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, would you go to Exhibit 29, please? Exhibit 29. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. Would you identify the document and the date on the document, please?
Sure. Exhibit 29, the header says July 16th, 2025, MVP updated rate increase summary table.
And as you just testified to, your discussion on Exhibit 1A isn't included in this document, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like you just to identify at a high level what this is. I know some of the issues we'll go through in greater detail, but if you could focus on that last row and what our final numbers are.
Sure. So the first row is the initial proposal, which you can see represents 6.24 and 7.51, which were our initial filing numbers. The third row says adjusted for agreed changes from L&E memorandum and updated hospital budgets. So L&E made 6 recommendations in their actuarial memorandum. We agreed with some of them and disagreed with some of them. The bottom row reflects all the changes that we have agreed to from the L&E memorandum, and it also reflects the updated hospital budgets. You can see the footnote there says that that's MVP's best interpretation of the proposed hospital budgets, which were from the narratives posted on the Green Mountain Care Board website as of July 11th. So when we put this document together, there were a couple of smaller hospitals that did not have their narratives posted at that point. We do not believe that those would have a material impact on the rate increase, and because most of our members do not utilize those hospitals. But so we are requesting, assuming we agree with the changes from the L&E memorandum and we update the hospital budgets, increases of 2.84 for individual and 2.98% for small group.
Thank you very much. Would you go to Exhibit 21, please, and identify the document?
So Exhibit 21 is the Lewis and Ellis actuarial memorandum reviewing our Vermont Health Connect 2026 individual rate filings.
And what's the date of that document, please?
That document is dated July 11th.
And so this is just for the individual, correct?
That's correct.
And would you please go to page 21 of the document? Strike that. Go to page 20 of the document, please.
I am there.
And as they've done in prior years, L&E has listed various recommendations, and there's recommendation bullets, correct?
That's correct.
And this year there are 6 bullets for individual.
That's correct.
And then if you go to page 21, you'll see that there's a carryover after the 6 bullets, and there's a sentence at the very top, a summary sentence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you please read that sentence?
That sentence says, after the modifications, the anticipated rate change for the individual market is roughly 7.2%, plus any impact from updated hospital budget information.
Okay, so L&E is indicating they haven't, at least as of the date of this document, included hospital budget information in their figure, correct?
That's correct.
And MVP, we just went through Exhibit 29, MVP has included hospital budget information as of the date of that document, July the 16th, correct?
Yes, to the extent that the narratives have been posted on the Green Mountain Care Board website, we are including them in that document.
So we've got L&E saying 7.2% increase for individual, and L&E on Exhibit 29 is saying 2.84, correct?
I believe you mean MVP, but yes.
MVP is what I mean. That's correct. Okay, thank you. 2.84, right?
Correct.
If you would go to Exhibit 22, please. Exhibit 22.
Okay.
Got there faster than I did. Okay, identify the document, please.
Sure. So this document is similar to Exhibit 21. It's the Lewis and Ellis memorandum, but instead it is for the 2026 small group rate filing.
Thank you. And if you go to page 19, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, same recommendation page, same 6 bullets, correct? There might be some figure differences, but same 6 issues, correct?
That's correct.
And actually the 6 bullets on the next page 20, if you go there, and below that, there's a summary sentence. Below that bullet paragraph, would you read that summary sentence?
Sure. That sentence says, after the modifications, the anticipated rate change for the small group market is roughly 8.4%, plus any impact from updated hospital budget information.
So similar to what they said on individual, right? Hospital budget's not included yet as of the date of that document, correct?
That's correct.
And comparing that to our exhibit 29 for small group MVP is at 2.98%, correct?
That's correct.
So that compares to the 8.4% of LNE, but LNE's hasn't considered the hospital budgets yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go back to exhibit 21, please, which is the individual LNE actuarial memorandum. And I'll refer to this today in asking you questions on the various issues. And is it fair to say that your testimony on this will be the same as it relates to exhibit 22, the small group, unless you tell me different?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you're at page 20, please. There are 6 bullets on page 20, correct?
Yes.
And so how many of those do we respectfully disagree with?
We respectfully disagree with 2 out of the 6 bullet points.
And which ones are those? Just identify them.
Sure. The bullet point that says revise utilization trend and the bullet point that says reflect the impact of section 4 of H266.
So it's the second bullet and the fourth bullet, right?
That's correct.
So let's go through each bullet and talk substance. The first bullet relates to hospital budget information, correct?
Yes.
So please explain for the board, and you've talked about it a little bit, but explain for the board hospital budget information that MVP considered as part of its proposed rate set forth in Exhibit 29.
Sure. So when we originally submitted our rates in early May for 2025, we were reflecting the approved hospital budgets from the Green Mountain Care Board. And for 2026, we were assuming the same increases as for 2025, with the exception of a couple of hospitals which were mandated overages from previous years. So we basically took 2025, removed any overages, and increased it to be 2026. In Exhibit 29, as we've said previously, we are reflecting the best information about the hospital budgets that we have as of July 11th.
Okay. And under the heading on page 20 for the hospital budgets that LNE has set forth, there are 3, I guess they're arrows for 3 issues that LNE raised. Would you please talk about and react to those 3 issues?
Sure. So the first issue says MVP's assumption that hospital increases in 2006 will match the fiscal year 2025 approved increases prior to any overage charge adjustments is not consistent with the board order for UVMC. We believe that if you would approve the rates using the updated hospital budgets for 2026, this bullet point is moot. This was just a way for us to get an initial rate increase out there, and we were using 2025 information to drive 2026. So if the board would increase or decrease the hospital budgets for 2026 to reflect the most recent information, then this bullet point would not need to be reflected in the order. The second bullet point says on July 1st, UVMC and CVMC requested an adjustment to their fiscal year 2025 budgets. LNE asked us a question on this in exhibits 42 and 43. But as of this date, we have not seen those adjustments. They've not been publicly available, the best that we could find. And so we have not reflected those in the rate filing. If we were to receive them and get information on those, we would recommend that we would update our rates accordingly. And then the final one says additional enforcement actions may be taken for prior fiscal year hospital budget order non-compliance for a couple of hospitals. MVP has also, I believe, testified to that in exhibits 42 and 43, that we believe that those enforcement actions will be considered in the board's hospital budget orders, and therefore we should not explicitly reflect anything in our rates for that. It would be up to the board's hospital budget enforcement orders to drive those rates down.
Thank you. In past years, the board has estimated, this is the cart before the horse issue, right? The board has estimated hospital budgets, what they'll ultimately decide on hospital budgets as part of this rate hearing process, correct?
That's correct.
And high level, generally, how have they done?
They've done pretty good. They've been aligned for a couple of years in terms of what was originally ordered and then what was ultimately reflected in the hospital budgets.
Thank you. So Exhibit 29, what you just testified to, MVP, if I understood your testimony, is basing the hospital budget input, the rate filings on what's been filed to date by the hospitals, correct?
That's correct.
Let's go to the second bullet, please.
Sure.
This relates to utilization trend. Would you please spot the issue and give us your thoughts?
Sure. So for a long time, MVP has struggled with supporting a utilization trend in our small group and individual filings. For several years, we relied on some analysis that Lewis and Ellis had done and spoken to in one of their previous memorandums. Last year, Lewis and Ellis suggested that that data was no longer applicable. We shouldn't use it any longer. So this year, we took on an analysis to try to support our utilization trend in our rates. And just so we can be clear on what utilization trend means, we're talking about the increase in services that are utilized by the same population over time. So this is not considering pharmacy. This is solely considering medical claims and the phenomenon that people generally tend to use more and more services over time. So MVP came up with a model that we could use to analyze utilization trends. We built that utilization trend. It was approximately 1.1 or 1.2%, depending on our filing, on annual utilization trend. L&E has disagreed with that utilization trend. They haven't necessarily disagreed with a utilization trend, but how we used credibility to weight our utilization trend in order to account for differences in data within that trend. So L&E has proposed that that we should use the full utilization trend without any blending adjustment, which would increase the rates as we're looking at the individual one by approximately 4.2%. MVP respectfully disagrees with this because we think that the credibility blending is necessary to drive what we would say would be an actuarially sound rate. We don't necessarily disagree with the increase, but we do want to make sure that, as this is the first time we're using this model, sort of a precedent is established on how the model could be used going forward. So we would respectfully disagree with L&E's recommendation here.
Wow, that was a lot for a layperson, but I appreciate it, Eric. So if I could just follow up on a couple of points, just so we're following you, but I thought the testimony was helpful. If you go to page 7, please, of the L&E report, Exhibit 21. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. So at the bottom of that page, there's a heading medical utilization trend, correct?
Yes.
What you just testified to, that was about the medical utilization trend, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you go to page 8, I don't know how to ask this question without, but if you could try to, in the second paragraph, there's a reference to an R-squared value of the regression. And if you could, as best you can for lay people, explain what that's about, please. And the discussion here that L&E's having about it and your reaction to it.
Sure. So it may be helpful to go a couple paragraphs down where L&E states that R-squared is a measure of statistical goodness of fit, which is, and then they continue on saying that is how well the regression line fits the observed data. That is something that we would agree with. So if you have an observed set of historical data, you set a linear regression line to it, and an R-squared value pops out, which is anywhere between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that the line that you're fitting does not at all fit the data points that are contained within that historical data. And 100% or 1 means that the line perfectly fits those data points. If it would be like playing connect the dots with the historical data points.
Okay, and then looking at that fourth paragraph, in the first sentence, it says LNE does not support MVP's approach of blending. So can you explain what blending is and explain the nature of this disagreement? Is it about methodology or is it about our model? Explain a little bit more, please.
Sure. So as I said, every set of data and every fitted line has an R squared, and that measures the goodness of fit anywhere from not very fit at all, not very well fit, to extremely well fit. MVP recognized this in our data. When we did our linear regression, we did it on many categories. I believe there's over 100 categories. And what we found is that some of the lines fit very well, some of the lines didn't really fit at all. So we were trying to say, okay, we know that we don't want to use a linear regression line on a data set that doesn't fit it very well, but we can trust it a little bit, or we can trust it a lot. So we tried to credibility weight in a prior assumption, which would be that there would be no utilization in this case. And we use that R squared value as the credibility weighting, so that if the R squared was 75%, for instance, we trusted the data, the observed line 25 or 75%, excuse me, and put in 25% at 0% utilization trend. LNE sorry.
No, so the credibility weighting, that's a question of professional judgment between actuaries. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So go ahead. You're about to say LNE and I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So LNE does say that the R squared does not assess predictive accuracy, which is something that we would agree with. Using the R squared as a credibility weighting is not the most mathematically correct thing to do if you were looking for a pure mathematical result. However, we were searching for a way to reflect the reality, which is that some of these lines fit really well and some of these lines didn't really fit at all, and many in between. So we were relying on the R squared as a blending, again, as Gary said, using our actuarial judgment, and that's something that LNE disagreed with.
Thank you. If you go back to page 20, please, of the exhibit. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Would you please read the heading for the third item and discuss it?
Sure. The third item says, reflect the removal of weight loss GLP-1 drugs. So just to take a step back and talk about what are GLP-1 drugs for those who don't know, they are pharmaceutical drugs that are used for a couple of conditions. Most notably, they started with anti-diabetics, and now they've moved to weight loss. So they, my understanding, I'm not a pharmacist, but my understanding is that they suppress appetite and make it easier for people to lose weight. The explosion in weight loss GLP-1 utilization happened during the second half of 2024 and is continuing to happen now. Part of that coincided with a big shortage supply in the industry. But what we've seen is that the utilization of those has increased significantly. Originally, we were going to have to increase our rates, and that's actually reflected in our original rate increase, is that we were going to need to, we were expecting to have a lot more of these claims in 2026 than we had in 2024.
Eric, I apologize. I'm gonna have to stop you.
Sure.
It's come to my attention that the link the link to this meeting invite is not public, and we need to fix that. And I probably need to take a break to do that. So again, apologize for the inconvenience, but if we could take a Susan, Laura, any estimate on how long that might take to get corrected?
I believe it's been posted, but I think we should take a break, maybe give us 15 minutes, if that's okay, 10 to 15 minutes, just to confirm.
Yeah, why don't we do 10? Sorry.
Sounds good.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back at 8:57. All right, it's 8:58. Mr. Miller, are we on the record?
We are now.
Okay. Again, apologize. There was a mix-up with the invite, I guess. For anyone who was just able to join the call. We will be, this meeting is public. It will be posted on our YouTube channel, I believe. So if you want to go back and review the portion that you couldn't access, you can do that. I, again, apologize. We're in the middle of Eric Bachner's testimony from MVP, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Carnady, to pick up.
Thank you very much. So Eric, where we left off, we were in the middle of the discussion of the third bullet, reflect the removal of weight loss GLP-1 drugs. And I would ask you, I think you had left off testifying that with the original rate filing, the consideration of the obesity drug use was part of Exhibit 1, our rate filings, Exhibit 1 and 2. And did something happen after that filing that changed that caused you to look at that differently, please?
Yeah, so when we filed these form filings, so the filing on the form side for the plans with the Department of Financial Regulation, they informed us that these drugs would no longer be considered or no longer be considered an essential health benefit for 2026. So what that means practically is that anyone who, particularly in the individual market, who was receiving APTCs would not be able to get APTCs for the amount that is not considered an essential health benefit. So that was a pretty significant rate, would be a pretty significant net premium increase in addition to all the other things going on. And that combined with market considerations forced MVP to remove these drugs from coverage entirely for 2026. So we adjusted our original rate increase for GLP-1s down to reflect the fact that there would be no utilization of this class of drugs in 2026. And we provided this factor to L&E and they agreed with it.
Okay, so provided the factor L&E, and then they referenced the adjustment here in bullet 3, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that adjustment's also reflected in Exhibit 29. I think you make reference to it in the first footnote, right?
That's correct.
So there's agreement with L&E on this issue, correct?
Correct.
The next bullet is reflect the impact of Section 4 of H266. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think you testified there's a respectful disagreement of sorts on this. Would you explain that, please?
Sure. So Section 4 of H266 practically reduces outpatient pharmacy costs that are reimbursed to the hospitals. So most notably chemotherapy drugs, reduces the reimbursement rates that are paid to hospitals to a percentage of Medicare. And so MVP calculated what that percentage increase or decrease would be and passed that number to L&E as here's what we think this impact would be on the rates. Now, we're not disagreeing with ourselves necessarily. We don't disagree with that factor should be included. We disagree with the fact that when we have started to review the hospital budgets, it's not 100% clear and it's difficult to tell on a hospital by hospital basis, but we believe that this adjustment is included in the hospital budgets for 2026. So we would not necessarily want to decrease our rates explicitly for this adjustment and then further decrease them again. That would be reflected in the hospital budgets. So MVP, just again, as you said, Gary, in your opening statement, we would seek alignment on this issue, that we would not be cut twice, but we would agree that the rates need to be adjusted downward for this.
And do you know, as you sit here today, whether MVP whether L&E disagrees with you about this notion of a double whammy?
They haven't spoken to it, so I'm not sure whether or not they agree with it or not.
Okay, so that fourth bullet then, the 3.8%, MVP has included that in your consideration of the hospital budgets, which is reflected in Exhibit 29, correct?
That's correct. Yes. If you look at Exhibit 29, the second row includes explicitly H266, And the third row removes that downward adjustment for H266 and reflects the hospital budgets because we believe that it's included as part of that.
Thank you. The fifth bullet, would you please identify it and briefly explain?
Sure. The fifth bullet point says reflect sex trait modification benefits under non-EHB. This is a recommendation by L&E that we reflect sex trait modifications under benefits in addition to EHB when we file our unified rate review template. This was a change that was recently made at the federal level that EHB or these services are not considered EHB and cannot be used for APTC amounts. This has no impact on the gross premium that MVP collects. It does have a slight impact to increase the net premium for members who are receiving APTCs, but we agree that does not have any impact on the filed rates.
So agreement on the fifth bullet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the sixth bullet, please identify it.
Sure. So the sixth bullet point says reflect updated risk adjustment transfers. I'm sure the board is aware because this has been an issue since the beginning of the risk adjustment program. But just to reiterate, we do not receive final risk adjustment results for 2024 until July of 2025. So when we set our premium rates for 2026, which we believe to be actuarially sound, needs to reflect 2024 risk adjustment, we're using an estimate that's provided by an actuarial consultant who has access to both MVP and Blue Cross's data. So we reflected that original assumption in our May 12th rate filings. We have since received final risk adjustment results, and we agree that the rate should be adjusted for the final risk adjustment results.
So we have agreement on that point, correct?
That's correct.
Great. If you'll go to exhibit 22, please. Page 19. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Same 6 bullets as you've testified to, correct?
That's correct.
And the testimony you just gave about individual, that would apply equally here for the small group?
Yes.
Great. If you go to exhibit 23, please. 23.
I am there.
Please identify the document, including the date of the document.
Sure. So this document is dated July 14th of 2025, and the document is MVP calculation of Lewis and Ellis's July 11th actuarial memorandum rate impact.
Okay, so the dates can kind of are confusing because the heading says July 11th. That's relating to the L&E memorandum, but the date by your signature of this document is the 14th, correct?
That's correct.
And would you just at a high level describe what is the purpose of this document? Is this something that the board asks us to do each year?
Sure. Yes, the board does ask us to put together this every year. L&E uses all the information that they have in order to say what they think all of their recommendations would be worth on the premium. And MVP actually plugs those adjustments into our rate filing Excel documents, and we calculate what we think the impact would be. So we have a little bit more information and are able to plug it in a little bit better. So it's just our way of double checking to make sure that the adjustments are reasonable.
So we're not opining on the substance. It's just a math check. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And then going to paragraph 7, would you read paragraph number 7, please?
Sure. It says total rate change with L&E's recommendations. With all of these adjustments, L&E calculated a new increase of 7.2% for the individual filing, which MVP calculated as 7.5%. MVP agrees with L&E's calculated new increase of 8.4% plus any impact from the updated hospital budget information for the small group filing.
Okay, so for the board to compare MVP's numbers to L&E's numbers, assuming our math check here is correct, this would reflect for individual filing, L&E's at 7.2, not including hospital budget consideration. L&E is at 8.4 for small group, not including hospital budget information. And that should be compared to our Exhibit 29, correct?
That's correct.
And our Exhibit 29 shows 2.84 and 2.98 respectively, correct?
Correct.
Would you go to Exhibit 25, please? Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So this is July 15th, notice of disagreement pre-filed, your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the date of this is July 15th, correct?
Correct.
And the date of Exhibit 29, which are the rates we're proposing, that's July 16th, correct?
That's correct.
So can you explain to the board, actually go to Q&A 5 in Exhibit 25, Q&A 5.
Okay, I'm there.
And you see we have an answer there that indicates what MVP's figures are as of that date, July the 15th, correct?
That's correct.
So when the board is considering the rate filing, it should not look to that answer, but instead should look to Exhibit 29, correct?
That's correct.
So what's the difference?
The difference is the hospital budget. So in question 5 of Exhibit 25, it does say, it says plus impact of hospital budgets for both individual and small group filings. So this document does not include any adjustments for 2026 proposed hospital budgets, whereas Exhibit 29 does include those adjustments.
And so why the delay? Why wasn't it until the 16th that we included the hospital budget analysis?
Generally, we receive an interrogatory question from L&E when the hospital budgets are available, asking what we think the impact of the hospital budgets will be. Last year, they asked for a couple of different scenarios, including if they were approved as filed, if they were approved with reductions, et cetera. We hadn't received that objection question as of the time of putting together Exhibit 29, so we went ahead and plugged in the proposed hospital budgets and came out with that rate increase, so we would have a starting point for discussions.
Thank you. Okay, now I'd like to pivot to some long-term sustainability issues. If you go to Exhibit 30, please, Exhibit 30. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Would you identify the document, please?
Sure. So this document says the header is MVP Vermont Historical Rate Cut Summary.
And is this a document that we had prepared? Yes, last year. It might be slightly different.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'd like to go through the document, through the columns, and have you explain, and then I may ask you some questions as we walk through it, okay?
Okay.
First, the first column, would you explain the dates and the differences from last year?
Sure. So if you had looked at this document last year, it would have included 2019 and 2020 combined markets. We have removed that off of those years off of the page. So now we are reflecting 2021, which was still a merged market at that point, along with separate lines for individual and small group markets for 2022 and 2023. Those have just been restated if there was any claim run out from the prior year. 2024 would have been a budget. At this time last year, we would have been reflecting our latest available budget estimates. That is now reflected with our best estimate of what we think 2024 will look like. And then 2025 has now been included, which would be, again, based on our latest available budget estimates.
And so the shaded areas, which we'll get to, but those shaded areas relate to, I guess it's your footnote 2025 based on latest available budget estimates. Is that what that reference is for? At
That's
the bottom?
correct. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So basically the table is just updated to be more current, correct?
That's correct.
Next column, please.
Sure. So the next column says MVP proposed CTR. That is just the contribution to reserves or risk margin that MVP built into our premium rates in each of those years.
And we'll be talking about it a little bit more later, but this year's CTR is request is 2.0, correct?
That's correct.
Next column, please.
Sure. The next column says overall cuts proposed by L&E. This is the value as a percentage of overall revenue that the cuts that were proposed by L&E in their actual memorandums that were ultimately approved. Though it's reflecting that as a percentage of the overall revenue.
And what percentages did L&E propose for 2024 filing and 2025 filing?
That would be 0.
And the next column, please.
And the next column says additional overall cuts by the board. So this would be, again, as a percentage of revenue, cuts that were made during the board's decision that were above and beyond the recommendation of L&E.
And what were the board's cuts that they made for 2025 refiling?
That would be 0 as well.
And next column, please.
The next column is total allowed premium by board. That's just reflecting the total revenue for 2024 for these lines of business using the rates that were approved by the Green Mountain Care Board.
Next column, please.
Sure. This column says losses, but in one case it is a gain. It's just the gains or losses for these markets for these time periods, which is our best estimate of what we think the gains or losses will be based on the claim data.
So today's July 21st. Can you explain the estimates for 2025?
Sure. So the estimates for 2025 reflect actual claim data through May of 2025 with IBNR. We still haven't received a lot of those claims. And then we would project June through the rest of the year, along with any projection for final risk adjustment and any other revenue accruals that need to be projected.
Okay. And the next column, please, briefly.
Sure. The next column is L&E cut impact. It's equivalent to the overall cuts proposed by L&E, but just converted to a dollar amount.
Okay. And the next column, please.
Next column is the board cut impact, similar to the previous column, just reflecting the additional overall cuts by the Green Mountain Care Board.
Okay. And then the next column, please.
The next column is just a summation of the previous 2 columns.
Okay. And the final column, please.
The final column says losses without cuts. That would just be the losses column subtracting out any impact of rate cuts.
Okay. And then there's 2 rows at the bottom. Could you just identify what those show?
Sure. The 2 rows at the bottom reflect first 2021 to 2024 total, which would be all claim data and years that are reasonably assumed to be complete. And then the bottom row is 2021 through 2025, which reflects all the complete data for the previous 4 years, plus an estimate for this year.
Thank you. So what actuarial conclusions do you draw from this table reflecting data about trends and losses for MVP?
Sure. So it is clear that the total dollar impact of the rate cut has in previous years had a significant impact on the losses for MVP. But we would point out that for 2024 and 2025, those cuts have been mitigated and those losses have been mitigated as well. So as you said in your opening statement, Gary, we are actually expecting a slight gain for the individual market for 2025 and still a loss for 2025 in the small group market. But those numbers are significantly reduced from what we've seen in prior years.
Thank you. And would you just shift back now to what you do each year with a rate filing, as opposed to looking at multiple years? Shifting back, could you explain that distinction, please?
Sure. So the 2026 rate filing would reflect 2024 claim data. So that would be roughly equivalent to the negative 0.2 million and negative 4.5 million that you see here in rows 3 and 4. MVP is not considering prior losses from 2021 through 2023 in building our 2026 rates. We just have put together this table to illustrate what has been going on over the past few years in the state of Vermont for MVP.
So looking at that 2025 individual market estimate, as you described it at this point, best you can estimate, that's actually in the black, isn't it? 0.7 as you estimated, correct?
That's correct.
So is MVP out of the woods?
I would say no. That 0.7 million is still lower than what the proposed and approved contribution to reserve was of 1.5% of premium. So we are turning around this individual market from prior years, but it's certainly still below where we would like it to be in order to support our long-term reserves.
And to your point, the totals reflected in those last two rows would support what you just said about losses over the years, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Would you go back to Exhibit 21, please? Let me know when you're there. Pages 17 to 19, it's item 12.
I am there.
Item 12 is changes in contribution to reserves, correct? This is Eleni's discussion of that.
That's correct.
And so what is MVP's proposed CTR this year, risk margin, as it's described?
MVP proposed a 2% contribution to reserves.
And last year, we just looked at it, it was at 1.5 was the proposal, correct?
That's correct.
Why the change?
As Eric spoke to in his opening testimony, there is a significant amount of uncertainty across the entire market. And when there is more uncertainty, there needs to be more risk margin to account for that. MVP is seeing that there are new procedures, new services, new pharmaceutical drugs that are coming out continually that continue to be very beneficial to people's health, but also are very expensive. So MVP, in order to maintain our long-term reserves, need to reflect 2% rather than 1.5% in our rates.
Thank you. Would you go to page 18, please? And do you see at the top, thank you, of page 18, there's a historical risk margin table that Eleni prepared. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance that you see there in those numbers?
This table is roughly equivalent to the Exhibit 30 that we put together, which is showing that we've had expected historical risk margins anywhere from slightly below 0 to 1.5% over the prior couple of years. Our actual risk margin has been negative.
Worse than expected for the past 3 years?
That's correct.
And then after that, Eleni goes through, as they've done in prior years, a reasonableness check, correct?
That's correct.
And they look at some national data, excuse me. Correct?
Yes. That's correct.
Would you read the last sentence of the paragraph under the historical risk margin table?
It says the premium weighted average CTR for all carriers was filed as 3.1%.
So that's higher than the 2% we're seeking this year.
That's correct.
And then read the sentence under the second table, please.
Sure. It says MVP's filed base CTR of 2.0% would place it at around the 28th percentile for all QHP carriers, and the 0.4% margin for bad debt in the individual market increases this to the 40th percentile.
So that data would tend to support your proffered 2%, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe 2% is reasonable based as an actuary?
Yes, I do.
Go to Exhibit 19, please, and 20.
Okay.
Would you please identify the two documents, please?
Sure. So Exhibit 19 is a document from Vermont DFR. It speaks to the solvency impact of the 2026 Vermont individual filing on MVP Health Plan, Inc. And then Exhibit 20 is the same thing, but just for the small group market.
And both those letters are dated July the 11th, correct? Exhibit 19 and 20?
That's correct.
And you've reviewed these and are familiar with them, correct?
I have.
Okay. And read the summary of opinion, which is on the first page. Read the sentence under that on Exhibit 19.
Sure. It says the proposed rate filed by MVP HP would not negatively impact its solvency, and the company otherwise meets Vermont's financial licensing requirements for a foreign insurer.
And these two letters are identical, except one references individual and one references small group, correct?
That's correct.
So that same sentences in Exhibit 20 under summary of opinion, correct?
Correct.
So do do you agree, in your actuarial opinion, as of the date of these letters, July the 11th, the rate increase proposed by MVP does not adversely impact the solvency of MVP Healthcare Inc.?
That's correct. I do.
And since that time, going to Exhibit 29, we've reduced the proposed rates to 2.84 for individual and 2.98 for small group, correct?
That's correct.
In your opinion, with these reduced rates as proposed by MVP in Exhibit 29, do those adversely impact the solvency of MVP Healthcare Inc.?
Because those reductions would reflect ultimate reductions in claim cost for 2026, I do not believe that they would be inadequate.
Great. If you go back to Exhibit 21, please. I want to ask you about administrative costs. And Eleni's discussion of that is at page 15.
I am there.
And do you see item 10, change in administrative costs?
Yes.
So would you please read the first paragraph there, please?
Sure. It says MVP is projecting 2026 general administrative costs to be 5.5% of premium, or $60.61 per member per month, which is a slight decrease relative to the 2025 assumption of 5.8% of premium, or $59.13 per member per month. The overall rate impact is a decrease of 0.3%.
So Eleni is indicating a decrease as a percentage of premium relative to 2025, a decrease, correct?
That's correct.
So administrative costs are only 5.5% of premium for 2026, where they were 5.8% of premium increase last year, a reduction of 0.3, correct?
That's correct.
What do you attribute that reduction to?
MVP has done a very good job of attempting to not necessarily decrease our administrative costs, but to keep them increasing by a lower amount than the overall premium increase change, which nets out to reducing overall premium impacts.
Anything in particular that comes to mind, how we were able to do that?
Yeah, so MVP is continually reviewing our business to see where we can be more lean in certain areas. We continue to look at some of our contracts that we sign as they come up, try to negotiate the best deal that we possibly can. MVP has started to embrace some information technology, recent advancements in information technology to be able to further reduce our overall admin spend.
Thank you. So this section, going back to Exhibit 21, this section 10 runs for the next couple of pages through to 17. And in it, did you see where Eleni is conducting some national comparisons of MVP's administrative costs?
Yes.
Go to page 17. Would you read, please, that paragraph at the top of page 17?
Sure. The paragraph says, among individual and small group carriers nationwide, these figures are in the 30th percentile on a PMPM basis and the first percentile as a percentage of premium. That is, MVP has atypically low administrative costs, despite not being a very large health plan. It therefore appears that MVP manages and limits administrative costs better than the typical health plan nationally.
Thank you. So generally, would you agree with that based on your experience working at the company?
Yeah, I don't know what other health plans do to limit their administrative costs, but I would agree that the data supports that statement.
I meant more from your experience working in MVP. Do you think we do a good job managing our administrative costs?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, I want to go to, still in Exhibit 21, go to page 14, please, and let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay, you'll see the first full paragraph on that page makes a reference to Senate Bill S126. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you, the board probably already knows, but would you please discuss what that bill is about and any impact that LNE believes it would have on the filing this year.
Sure. So, as you said, Gary, the board is well aware of this because it does give them additional powers and additional responsibilities related to the health care system in the state of Vermont. The couple of items within that bill that are of particular interest to MVP and to health insurance carriers would be the establishing of reference-based pricing. And it says as soon as practicable, but no later than hospital fiscal year 2027. The other one would be Section 11A, which mandates a reduction to 2026 hospital spending by not less than 2.5%. So LNE asked MVP to quantify what the impact of both of these would be on the premium rates. And our general takeaway was that we don't have enough information to quantify what this would be worth on the premium rates. We generally agree that any reduction to claim costs should be reflected in the premium rates. But for the reference-based pricing, we don't have an understanding of what those references-based prices would be, when it would be implemented. So it would be impossible for us to quantify what that would be worth. And we would respectfully ask that it would not be reflected in the premium rates until it is fully implemented. And then for the other one, it's not clear based on the statute exactly how the Green Mountain Care Board will get to a 2.5% reduction and whether some of the items that we've been talking about, whether it's hospital budget reductions, overages, or the Section 4 of H.266 impact would be reflected in that 2.5%. So we did quantify it for LNE, but we would ask that the board would not double count any of these items and would only reflect the 2.5% reduction to the extent that it is a broad-based 2.5% reduction to the hospital system rather than the hospitals justifying the 2.5% reduction using an already available mechanism.
Thank you. And would you read the last sentence of that on June 12th paragraph, please?
Sure. It says LNE believes it is reasonable not to make any further adjustments without more information regarding how the reduction to hospital spending may or may not overlap with other initiatives mentioned.
Okay, so that's consistent with what you just testified to, correct?
That's correct.
And the concerns you described about the various laws and how they're implemented, is it important to MVP that those decisions align with this year's rate filing decision?
Yes, that's correct.
Next, I want to ask you about H482. I don't believe it's in the actual actuarial memorandum, but H482, would you explain what that law does as it relates to health insurers?
Sure. So H482 allows for reduced hospital reimbursements for hospitals that are under Green Mountain Care Board jurisdiction when a health insurer is in significant financial distress.
And it's a concern, but did MVP have any thoughts about that law implementation by the Green Mountain Care Board and this notion of alignment?
Yes, well, MVP did not consider that law in our rate filing because we are not in that position. But MVP would just kindly ask the Green Mountain Care Board to, if that law or the provisions in that law need to be implemented, that it would not harm the integrity of the market and the spread between both carriers. Said differently, we would not want reduced hospital payments for one carrier or another to be reflected in the ultimate premium rates, which could cause a competitive disadvantage for one or the other carriers.
Thank you. Would you please go to page 9 of Exhibit 21?
I'm there.
Let me know when. Okay, great. Thank you. Now, this is a discussion of the pharmacy trend that goes on into page 10, correct?
That's correct.
So would you provide some context to the board, maybe a refresher on how MVP handled pharmacy trend last year, how LNE reacted to that, what the board decided, and then what MVP's done this year to respond to the board's direction?
Sure. So in prior filings, we've relied solely on our pharmacy benefit manager to provide trends to inform our rate filings in Vermont. Our takeaway was always that they were the best positioned to reflect those trends because they are closest to the agreements with pharmaceutical manufacturers. They are in tune more with trends in the market. They are better able to predict future costs. So we've historically relied on them. In last year's filing, L&E pointed out that our PBM trends have significantly underprojected for several years the actual claims that are being experienced in the market. And so in this filing, MVP said, well, we don't necessarily want to reflect that anymore. So we need to understand our pharmacy trends a little bit better. So actuaries on my team have dug into the models that are provided by our PBM, and we've found places where we would disagree with the adjustments or the trends that are being made, particularly around, as L&E says, generic dispensing rates, which is just what portion of a given drug class is generic versus brand year over year. Generic drugs being significantly cheaper, and therefore any small tweak in that rate between generic and brand has a pretty big impact on the claim cost. So MVP has modified the PBM trend projections for this year to reflect what we would say would be better information around generic dispensing rates, and that has increased our pharmacy trend. But L&E notes in their document that our current proposed pharmacy trends, when you ignore higher outlier years over the past couple of years, is very close to the 4-year overall trend.
Thank you. And then if you go to page 10 then, so to summarize in layman terms, you changed how you approach the pharmacy trend consistent with what L&E had suggested last year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And read the last sentence in that section, please.
It says L&E considers MVP's RX trend assumptions to be reasonable and appropriate.
So they were satisfied with your approach, correct?
That's correct.
I want to move to non-actuarial, please.
Okay.
And Eric, I'm just going to give you a heads up. We had planned on having you expand on sections of the pre-filed Q&A, but you were here when off the record that the chair was good enough to tell us, we don't want to hear all that again, guys. So we're not going to go into that level of detail, but I would like you to say that you would be available to answer any questions the board has on the affordability issues raised in our pre-filed testimony, correct?
Yes, and to the extent that I'm not the expert at MVP on any of those, we can certainly take them back and provide written responses as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. So let's go to the affordability template, which is Exhibit 24, please. And I would ask you just to identify the document, please.
Sure. So Exhibit 24 is the affordability template as provided by the Green Mountain Care Board, which has MVP inputs some data into it and it has calculations that are performed to attempt to determine whether plans are affordable based on the statute that is in place.
Okay. So this is a Green Mountain Care Board table that MVP has provided some data, and then the board after that populates the document, correct?
That's correct.
So looking at the first page of the exhibit, is it the low cost plan details? Is that where MVP is populating data?
Yes, MVP is populated as the instructions request the lowest cost standardized plan for each meta level available on the exchange. And we're providing annual premium information, annual deductible information, and annual maximum out-of-pocket information.
I would like to, just on this point, go to your pre-filed testimony, which is Exhibit 18. And go to question 50, please. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
So question 50 through 53 talks about the template, and this is kind of new this year. So I wanted you can refer to those if you need to, but just answer my general question, which is, does that MVP have any respectful concerns about just relying on the affordability template? to determine affordability issues?
Yes, MVP thinks it is a laudable goal to try to collect as much data as possible on affordability, and that would include this template. However, we would caution the board against just relying on the information in this template in order to make a decision about affordability. We would say that it's not possible to boil down affordability into one single metric for any given member, particularly given the nuances of the marketplace and each individual's individual healthcare journey. So we would just ask that the board consider this template in addition to all of the other information that we've presented to make a holistic decision about whether the plans are affordable.
Thank you. And then to that point, if you would please go to Exhibit 28, please. Exhibit 28.
Okay.
That's the board's guidance on affordability. Do you see that? It's dated April the 2nd, 2025.
Yes.
And if you would go to this second page, you'll see a heading Purpose. And then the second paragraph, if you would read the last sentence of the second paragraph in that section.
Sure. That sentence says, it is not intended to prevent the parties to health insurance rate review proceedings from presenting or the board from requesting other information regarding the affordability of proposed rates.
Okay, so in point of fact, the board agrees with you on the notion of it's not just the affordability template. It's they'll review other information as well, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So I want to go through just last section on the statutory criteria and ask you some questions, kind of rapid fire through that, Eric, okay?
Okay.
MVP's proposed rate is modified by your testimony and other evidence for individuals of 2.84% and small group of 2.98%, which includes the hospital budget's proposed increases. If approved by the board, is that actuarially sound and reasonable in your opinion?
Yes, it is.
So going specifically to the statutory requirements, does the rate filing, other evidence in your testimony today all support a conclusion by the board that the MVP rates meet the standard of affordability?
Yes.
Do the rate filing, other evidence in your testimony today support a conclusion by the board that the rates promote quality of care and access to health care?
Yes.
Does the rate filing, other evidence in your testimony today support a conclusion by the board that MVP rates are not unjust, unfair, inequitable, misleading, or contrary to law?
Yes.
Are the rates reasonable based on the data that we have?
Yes, they are.
Are the rates actuarially sound and fairly charged premium for services covered?
Yes, they do.
And in considering whether the rates are excessive, inadequate, unfairly discriminatory, did you consider and apply the guidance set forth in Actuarial Standard of Practice number 8, which defines these criteria?
Yes, I did.
Are the rates reasonable relative to the benefits that are offered?
Yes, they are reasonable.
Do they provide for payment of claims, administrative expenses, taxes, and regulatory fees, and have a reasonable contingency or profit margin?
Yes,
So they are adequate?
they are adequate.
The rates exceed the rate needed to provide for payment of claims, administrative expenses, taxes, regulatory fees, and a reasonable contingency and profit margins.
They do not.
So they're not excessive.
Correct. They are not excessive.
Do the rates result in premium differences among insureds with similar risk categories, which are not permissible under applicable law and do not reasonably correspond to differences in expected costs?
They do not.
So they're not unfairly discriminatory?
They are not unfairly discriminatory.
Would you agree with me that the statutory criteria we just went through are interrelated, not siloed?
Yes.
Any adjustments to a rate increase for whatever reason all feed into the final number?
That's correct.
It's important that the final number is actuarially sound and reasonable.
Yes, it is.
In this case, 2.84 for individual and 2.98 for small group. Are they actuarially sound and reasonable?
Yes, they are.
And in your opinion, do the proposed rates and the evidence provided sufficient for the board to conclude that MVP has met the statutory criteria?
Yes.
If the board cuts the final number on non-actuarial grounds, is there a risk that the rate would no longer be adequate?
Yes, there is a risk.
Was the board's approach in not cutting rates last year successful?
In my opinion, yes.
Why?
Because as we showed previously, our losses have been reduced from prior years to a more manageable level that can sustain MVP's presence in Vermont for the long term.
Is it important that the Green Mountain Care Board's implementation of these new laws that we discussed in your testimony align with the rate decisions for 2026?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that the historical rate losses from 2021 to 2024 and estimated for 2025 showed overall losses, correct?
That's correct.
Except for the individual line for 2025, we estimate it may be in the black this year slightly, correct?
That's correct.
Are continued losses in Vermont small group and individual products sustainable?
No, they are not.
Do regional not-for-profit plans need to remain profitable in order to serve the communities and survive?
Yes, they do.
Thank you very much. And I would just ask, before we wrap up your testimony, Chair Foster, I heard you and I didn't spend an hour going through affordability. Is that sufficient? If you'd like us to provide more, I can and expand on those issues.
No, and I appreciate you skipping most of the pre-filed. Board members will ask questions, I think, around the affordability if they have any. And I presume Mr. Schultheis may as well, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anyone need a 5-minute break before we move into cross? See some heads nodding, so why don't we take a 5-minute recess and come back at 9:50. All right, it's 9:50. Mr. Miller, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can we go back on the record, please?
Yes, we're on.
Okay. Mr. Schultheis, questions?
Thank you. So, hi, Mr. Bachner. So just to keep the transcript clean and not have Eric responding to Eric, I'm not going to ask if it's okay to call each other by our first names. I was already having difficulty with this when Gary was saying Eric, and I was looking up and about to respond. So it's not often that we share similar views on an element of a proposed rate, but fair is fair, and I want to make sure the board understands your point about using R-squared values to blend utilization trends. So R-squared is a measure of goodness of fit, correct?
That's correct.
And you explained what that is. So like, if you have a point cloud of data, it's the line going through it that's best fits. So you also acknowledge that absent some other practical blending factor, blending utilization trends using R-squared values makes sense, correct?
That's correct.
And so L&E mentions that you should have looked at some measures of predictive accuracy. And I'm just wondering is like, how could you measure predictive accuracy of a regression when you're looking at periods outside of the point cloud? And putting aside this notion that if you partition the data, I suppose you could see if the regression line fit the partition data that you hadn't looked at yet. Sorry, that was a long-winded question. Like, how could you assess predictive accuracy?
Yeah, that would probably be the most the easiest way to do it would be to have sort of 3 time periods, one where you sort of train the data, you fit it to the certain line, and then you use actual data to say how well did this line fit the line that you built using the trained data.
Do you remember, I guess it must be like 7 years ago, when the HCA, when our actuarial expert suggested doing that and L&E said you shouldn't do that?
I don't remember that, but If you said it happened, I would lean towards your judgment.
Okay. So I just want to think about the practical realities of coming up with a proposed rate. And so actuaries differ in their opinion, but I want to say again, in your professional opinion, using our squared values to weight utilization trends makes sense.
Yes, we could argue about which metric would be correct to weight, but we would argue about the premise of credibility weighting would be important.
Okay. So I'm going to switch topics to the non-actuarial rate review factors, and I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit 18. And so in particular, I'm going to ask that you turn to page 9, which is a Q&A, the start of the Q&A or Q&A 31. You see that? Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. So Q31 asks you what MVP does to promote affordability, promote access to care, and to promote quality of care for Vermonters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So take a look at page 10, all the lines, and page 11, lines 1 through 14.
Okay.
So you respond to Q31 by giving a list of 16 things MVP does to promote affordability, promote access, and promote quality, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to go through, not all, but a few of those 16 things with you.
Okay.
So in most cases, we are going to reference the thing in the list of 16 and then go to the specific Q&A associated with that item. So the first item listed is that MVP strives to put forth the lowest possible premium relative to the benefit the plans cover, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if a plan was not priced relative to the benefits provided, wouldn't that mean it was actuarially inadequate or excessive?
Yes.
So given that, is the statement that MVP strives to put forth the lowest possible premium relative to the benefits provided another way of saying MVP strives to comply with the rate adequacy and rate excessiveness factors?
I believe that would be correct. Yes.
Okay. So let's look at item 6. So it says that MVP has sought to increase member engagement and cost transparency via its website. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then it lists that the explanation for that is looking at Q&A 32. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's turn to Q&A 32. So it starts on page 11, line 16. All right, and then it continues on to page 12, lines 1 through 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
So on page 12, line 1, you state that it's approximately 2.97 users logged on to and 5.4 million sessions occurred on MVP's website in 2024, correct?
That's correct.
So given the population of Vermont and MVP's Vermont covered lives, I assume those are usage numbers for all of MVP and not just Vermont.
Yeah, and I believe that would not just include our own members, but that would include providers, that would include other individuals looking for a plan. That would be just basically the total number of users who accessed MVP's website.
Okay. And so on lines, let's see, 5 and 6, you list that the folks in Vermont or the folks who went to the Vermont webpage, mvphealthcare.com/Vermont, was 5,213 in 2024, correct?
That's correct.
So is that 5,213, are those unique visitors?
But that would be my understanding, yes.
Do you know that, or is that your understanding?
I believe this has been provided by our marketing team, so I didn't verify the numbers for myself, but they've provided me with those numbers and I've adopted them as my testimony, so yes.
Okay. But so did they tell you if it's unique or not?
I don't believe so. I would have just said 5,213 visitors.
Okay. And so have those numbers, those 5,213, remove visitors from automated bots? So typically that's people who are only on the site for, say, 10 seconds.
I wouldn't have access to that information. I'm sure we could get the
Okay.
answer to that question for you, but
And do you know if that website has a robot.txt page that says no bots allowed?
I do not know the answer to that.
So what was the average time that folks spent on the website?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, and what's the average number of page views for people who visit the site?
Also, I do not have that information in front of me.
Okay. So I actually visited that site. Is it accurate to say that the website is a sales site for individual, small group, and large group plans sold to Vermonters?
I haven't visited that site personally either, so I can't say for certain whether it is or isn't.
Okay. Well, and so let's just assume that it is, because I mean the board can look at it. And I'm just curious how a sales site advances affordability, access, and quality.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation for the question. Nothing in evidence.
I guess I'm sorry that the witness doesn't understand his own testimony, Gary.
I think the question was if the website is a sales site, how that furthers affordability. I'm going to allow the question, and Mr. Bachner, please answer if you can.
Well, I wouldn't. I would likely say that the website can actually. I shouldn't say this because I haven't visited the website personally, but so I'll just say I haven't visited the website personally.
But so the question was, if it is a sales site, how would it advance affordability, access, and quality? So the hearing officer overruled your counsel's objection. So I'm asking you, if it is that, then how does it advance those three things?
If it is a sales site, we would have to say that I would have to say that it would direct people to where they can get the plan that best fits them, that improves their affordability. They would be able to tailor their plan specifically to their needs.
All right, so let's move down a little bit to lines 7 through 15, which is where you talk about GIA. Is that how you say that?
Yes.
So you testified that since 2021, GIA has done 102,000 virtual consults and more than 230,950 members signed up for an account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many Vermont members have a GIA virtual or had a GIA virtual consult since its inception?
I don't, but I'm sure we could get that information for you.
And I'm just assuming, because you didn't know the answer to that you don't know how many Vermonters had a consult in 2024, right?
That's correct.
So this is more for my own curiosity, but you state that more than 230,590 MVP members registered for GIA account since its inception, right?
That's correct.
And how many of those numbers, so how many more than 230,590 members registered for a GIA account? Because you say more than, so I'm just wondering how much more?
Well, it would be the fact that this was a snapshot in time, so presumably it has increased since then. And I don't have the exact number in front of me. But it would be.
So that was your testimony was that it was from inception through 2024. And then I guess what you're saying, if I understand it correctly, is that there have been a few months of 2025. And some people signed up for the website in those few months of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to switch topics slightly and talk or ask you some questions about cost transparency tools. So that's on line 12 and that's on page 12. It starts on line 16. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you state MVP has various online cost transparency tools to help members or to steer members towards affordable and quality care, correct?
That's correct.
And on page 13, line 2, you state that there were 28,749 cost estimate searches in 2024 by 7,375 unique users, correct?
That's correct.
And were those 7,375 unique users Vermont members, do you know?
I believe that would be both Vermont and New York.
Okay. So take a look at lines 5 through 7 on page 13. You state that MVP gives some providers a stamp and, quote, certifies that this provider is of supreme quality, end quote, correct?
That's correct.
So what do you mean when you say a provider is of supreme quality?
It means that my understanding is that it means that they're NCQA certified. So they've gone through the steps to become a certified provider.
Okay. And I think you talk about somewhere else that you focus on getting NCQR certified providers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so last question on this topic of cost transparency. So are you aware of the research literature suggesting that there is limited evidence that consumer-facing cost transparency tools are effective?
I'm not aware of that literature.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask you about another way MVP advances affordability, access, and quality. So would you turn back to page 11 in the same exhibit? Okay, and then do you see point 12, which starts at line 1?
Yes.
Okay. So you state that, quote, MVP reduces out-of-pocket costs for enrollees earning from 100% to 400% of the federal poverty level through cost-sharing reductions and premium tax credits, end quote, correct?
That's correct.
So about CSR, so cost-sharing reductions, wasn't it the Vermont legislature and not MVP that, through silver loading, ensured that CSR was funded once the federal government stopped paying for it? Is this a thing MVP did?
It's a thing MVP does as being a part of the market.
So isn't MVP told that they have to take a narrow silver load? Isn't there a statute saying that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And about premium tax credits, isn't it the federal government that pays premium tax credits and not MVP?
Yes.
Okay. And so you give the federal poverty limit for CSR and PTC of 100% to 400% of the federal poverty limit, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that CSR goes to 300 FPL and PTC goes to 400%?
Yes, I believe we if you go to question 40 of my pre-file testimony, it does say MVP reduces out-of-pocket costs for enrollees earning from 100 to 300% of the federal poverty level through cost-sharing reductions, and then speaks to.
Okay, thank you. So are you aware that Vermont expanded Medicaid income eligibility?
I was vaguely aware, yes.
So I'm just guessing if Vermont expanded income eligibility, presumably no one at 100% FPL would be on the exchange, correct?
We don't receive information as to a member's percentage of their FPL, but I believe that would be a fair assumption. You could get a Medicaid plan rather than purchasing a 94% silver CSR plan.
So do you know what for folks that expanded Medicaid income eligibility, which is the same as New York, are you aware of what that would be?
Am I aware of the number of members? Are you
aware of the FPL that would be, what the cutoff is?
I don't know the particulars. I don't have them in front of me now.
But it wouldn't be 100% FPL, correct?
That's correct.
So do you want to revise that testimony or maybe give some different testimony to that effect if it's not accurate?
I believe it's accurate. Members who are 100% of the federal poverty level can purchase a CSR plan. Just whether or not they would is.
So can you get PTC if you're eligible for Medicaid?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. You should look at the federal rules for that. All right, so I am going to ask you about a different way that MVP advances affordability, access, and quality. So going to page 11, and would you look at point 16, which starts at line 13?
Okay.
You testify that MVP encourages consumers towards plans that suit their needs, including through silver loading. Correct?
That's correct.
So, and then we're going to go and look at Q&A 47, which is kind of the expansion of that point, which is on page 25, and it starts at line 19. Let me know when you're there. I
am there.
Okay. You are very fast and faster than me, Mr. Bachner. So is it fair to summarize your answer as saying because MVP has reflective plans that are not silver loaded, MVP can direct persons who do not get premium tax credit to reflective plans which have a lower premium?
That's correct.
So wasn't it the Vermont legislature and not MVP that allowed reflective silver plans to exist?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you one last set of questions about your pre-file testimony. So would you turn to page 27? And we're going to look at lines 16 and 17. So you state that MVP, quote, continues to maintain that affordability is not considered during the creation of these premium rates, nor should it be, end quote, correct?
That's correct.
And you kind of go on to state that ASOP 26 doesn't include anything about affordability, correct?
That's correct.
All right, now this is going to be a hard turn. Let's look at Exhibit 1. page 21. So again, Exhibit 1, page 21. Let me know when you get there.
Okay, I am there.
Okay. And so I'm going to look at, or we're going to look at the text below the actuarial certification.
Okay.
And you certify that the proposed rate complies with state law, correct?
That's correct.
And does Vermont law require the board to consider affordability when evaluating rate proposals?
Yes, it does require the board to consider affordability.
Do you think there's any tension there? And does it put the burden, the role on MVP to show that the rate is affordable?
Yes, I would agree that there's tension there, and it does put the burden on MVP.
Okay. That's all my question. Thank you so much, Mr. Bachner.
Okay, now we'll move to questions from board members, and starting with board member Merman.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony today, written testimony, binder. It's been a bit of a compelling read, so I appreciate it. All right, so I just want to clarify a few things. On the updated submitted rates of 2.84% and 2.98%, you clarified these do take into account the submitted budgets. Do they take into account and I think you clarified that they do not take into account the mid-year rate reductions submitted to the board, which you were unable to find. And I would just ask if someone from our side could email those to Mr. Bachner so that they could review those for adjustment. And I just want to one more time clarify, because there were many adjustments to these through the process, through the binder, but this does take account the legislative cap from S266 for hospital administered medications. And they also take into account the elimination of the APTC, correct?
That's correct. Yes, everything you stated is correct.
Okay. If it were known that the APTC were to be continued or phased out at a slower rate, would this impact your rate filing?
Yes, it would. It would decrease our rate filing overall.
Okay. You actually answered a ton of my questions, so give me a moment while I pan through them. All right. On Exhibit 1, page 57, just want to, before we talk about it, I just want to make sure the confidentiality in some of these. So let me just pull this one out real quick. I was not totally sure. I believe that on this exhibit, the numbers in red are confidential, but the numbers that are not in red are not confidential. Is that correct?
If the exhibit we're talking about is this is coming from the L&E actuarial memorandum data set, then L&E's standard format is for inputted cells is blue with red font. So those would not be confidential. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. If that is the page where it says trend and projection assumptions for inpatient claims, is that correct?
Yes, that is. And actually, I'm interested in the rolling 12-month trend, which is not red or blue, but I just want to make sure that if it does venture on that these are, okay, great. So it appears that you have a decreasing rolling 12-month trend of claims starting in that sort of first one at December 2023 of 26.27%. trend down to this negative 12, 13% in the last 2 months on that. Is that right?
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is only reflective of inpatient claims for
That's
this time
inpatient
period.
claim. Yep. In fact, the next one is outpatient claims. But on those inpatient claims, do you understand at all what's going on there? Why we're seeing a reduction in inpatient claims to MVP on this?
I could posit reasons why, but I can't point to one particular thing. If you'd like me to point to a couple of things, I could try, but I can't say this is worth X dollars PMPM.
Understood. Just general topics would be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for one thing, the COVID pandemic did affect inpatient claims in particular. So if you're looking at a rolling 12 trend ending December of 2023 as compared to 2022, there is still some residual impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in there. So that would be one item. The other one for decreasing trend, I'm not sure how much it's worth, but I know that there has been a push, particularly recently, for knee and hip replacements to be done in the outpatient setting rather than the inpatient setting. So that would shift cost from the inpatient setting to the outpatient setting. That doesn't, now, if you compare that to the outpatient claims, that doesn't necessarily indicate that there would be an increase in the outpatient claims as well, although that trend still is 8.5% for the rolling 12 ending December 2024. But those would be a couple of items. Also, with a population of this size, there is just random variability in inpatient claims that can be there. We also see a significant portion of our inpatient claims are not at Green Mountain Care Board facilities, which we've attested to previously. And those do generally tend to be more expensive, all else being equal, particularly members who utilize our relationship with our network, that is our borrowed network.
Okay, that's interesting. So maybe that speaks to a different point in the your testimony, actually, that we can actually go there. It'd be like Exhibit 17. I have the board question marked at 8, but I don't know if I have a page number. Let me get it for you just 1 second. It'll be page number 3. There is a confidential component of it. I'm not going to discuss that confidential component here, but you say that inpatient services are slightly lower in Vermont than New York by 9%. You would say difficult to compare rates for providers due to wide range of payments. You're saying that apart from inpatient services, MVP pays higher rates to Vermont hospitals than our New York contracted partners. So you were just referencing there that inpatient services in Vermont are less expensive than outside of Vermont?
I was specifically referencing our rental network that we utilize for members who are both outside of New York, where we contract, and outside of Vermont and outside of New Hampshire, where we contract with a couple of hospitals. So we do see utilization at those rental network facilities, and we simply rent the network from the other providers so that we can have an adequate network. We don't necessarily control the individual hospital agreements that are made under that rental network.
Okay, so the rental network tends to give higher rates for those hospitals.
That's correct.
Okay. Since we're on this here, one of the other striking things here was that the medical pharmacy in Vermont is about 150% higher than New York, and outpatient services 47% higher than New York and 15% higher for professional services. So given I don't have the reference here, but given that the majority of claims are outpatient and professional, it appears that the prices, the rates in Vermont are driving a lot of our of the expense. Would you agree with that?
Relative to hospitals and physicians in New York, yes, that would be a fair statement.
Okay. So if Vermont hospitals had the same reimbursement prices as New York hospitals, would it cost less to provide care for this group of patients that MVP insures?
I would have to crunch the numbers across all of these different categories, given that inpatient, I think, is a significant chunk of the claims relative to outpatient and physician. So I can't say with 100% certainty, but in general, yes, it would decrease rates.
Do you think you could model, just for the board's understanding, the impact on the rates that we would see if we had the similar pricing as to your hospitals in New York?
I think it would take a significant lift just because of the nuances of hospital pricing. As I've said, I think in other places and a little bit in here as well. If every hospital paid the exact same way for every single service, then that would be fairly simple. But we have agreements with hospitals that range from, percent of Medicare to Medicare DRGs to New York State has their own DRG formula. So, I'm not even sure that we would have 100% of the data points that we would need from the claims to be able to fully reprice all of the claims. Now we could, I think, provide a general sense of the impact, but to be particular would be a very significant lift.
Okay, I guess still staying on the topic of a multi-state comparison, I don't have a reference in the filing regarding this, but when we talk about risk transfer calculations, talk between MVP and Blue Cross Blue Shield, but it's also been said that Vermont patients are very healthy. Do you have access to the risk assessment of the Vermont patients compared to patients outside of Vermont or populations outside of Vermont?
Yeah, I believe that the market-wide average risk for every market in the country is populated, so we could get access to that. But as part of my work, yes, I do have access to the market-wide average risk for members on individual versus small group in New York relative to Vermont.
And do you know how those market-wide average risks compare from New York to Vermont?
I haven't looked at it at all this year, but in years past, it is a true statement that the market in Vermont tends to be healthier than the market in New York.
Okay.
Or other states as well.
Okay. We also tend to have higher commercial insurance rates than other states. So with a healthier population, we're having higher commercial insurance rates. Can you understand why that's the case?
I'm sure there's a lot of factors at play. I can't point to one specific factor that would be like the panacea that would just solve everything. We do testify here, or I should say I testify here, a particular thing that we've noticed, and I think we've brought it to DFR, we've brought it to the Green Mountain Care Board, that for a given services in Vermont tend to be utilized more in the hospital outpatient setting than they do at the physician's office. So to use a concrete example, an X-ray, right? X-rays tend to be utilized more in the hospital outpatient setting in Vermont than they do in New York, where we have more standalone radiology facilities, more specialists have X-ray machines, that sort of thing. So that does, even if there was complete parity between hospitals and physicians in New York and Vermont, I would suggest that the cost would still be higher in Vermont because of where services are being utilized. I don't have the full understanding of the reasons why that is the case, but that is one fact that we should point out.
Yeah, I remember that in your testimony. I think I have it written down somewhere, but that you differentiate between outpatient services and professional services, and you note that we have very high utilization of outpatient services, which I think there's been a push to move things to outpatient, but those are hospital-based outpatient versus non-hospital-based outpatient. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, so I would say that there's been a push to properly do things in the site of service that makes the most sense financially. So in the case I think you just mentioned, would be necessarily pushing inpatient services that could be done outpatient to outpatient, but there's also outpatient services that could be done for less cost in the physician setting, and this would be a case where it's actually driven upward
Actually, and that is right there on a page, this, it's in the same comment there, it's on this exhibit 17, page 8, the last paragraph is where you say this, actually.
That's correct.
Thank you. And exhibit 17, page 5, question 14, you note that from January to March 2025, you saw lower than expected claims. Can you, have you identified any reasons why you have lower than expected claims then? Are there changes in utilization or acuity or service mix for prices that you're aware of during that time period?
Yeah, it definitely would not be prices, because we know in some sense the contracts when they're signed. So it would have to be either utilization or acuity. I would suggest that it's really early to tell whether or not the members are higher or lower acuity than they have been in years past. It's also worth noting that MVP significantly increased our market share in 2025, which introduces risk adjustment into the equation as well, right? If we had taken sicker members from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont, I would expect the claim trend to go up significantly for 2025, but it would end up seeing a reduced risk adjustment payment. So here we're seeing lower than expected claims, but that could portend a higher than expected risk adjustment payment, which would basically negate, the two factors would negate each other, if that makes sense.
And help me with the timing on that risk adjustment payment. When will that be calculated? The assumption is you pay Blue Cross Blue Shield a payment because the MVP members typically have a lower overall risk adjustment than the Blue Cross members. And when will this 2025 risk adjustment reconciliation happen?
Yeah, so we won't know 2025 final results until it's either late June or early July of next year of 2026. We do get both carriers participate with an actuarial consultant in, I think it's September, October timeframe to get a preliminary look at what they think the risk adjustment results will look like for 2025. It's historically been directionally correct, but the order of magnitude may be off by upwards of a couple of $1 million for each of the markets. But I would say by the fourth quarter of 2025, we should have a pretty good idea of which carrier has healthier or sicker population.
And just from my understanding, I believe that the risk adjustment calculation is based upon the comorbidities of a patient population as opposed to their utilization of healthcare services. Is that right?
It's based on their utilization of healthcare services in the sense of you have to have a claim in order to, with a valid diagnosis code, in order to get a condition that will pop in the risk adjustment model. So it is somewhat based on utilization, but it's based on utilization only with diagnosis codes that are clinically significant. But for the commercial model, it is only based on 2025 claims. So you have to be a member in 2025, incur a claim in 2025 with one of those valid diagnosis codes, and then you would receive a risk score.
And for those people who don't get any health care, they don't calculate into the risk adjustment.
Yeah, no, I should have clarified that. I'm sorry. The model has factors based on the meta level of the person who is purchasing the plan and the age and the gender. So you get like a baseline risk score if you're a member who's 55 years old, a 55-year-old male who's in a silver plan. You have a baseline risk level, and then all of the HCCs are additive on that.
Okay. So one of the kind of back to what I was asking you before about the New York outpatient service prices being quite a bit lower than Vermont. What I'm trying to understand is, and I guess I asked this to you, but maybe I'll ask it, would it be less expensive if Vermonters received healthcare outside of Vermont in the surrounding states of which you contract with? New York, New Hampshire.
I think it would be, we'd have to put together the numbers completely. It obviously would highly depend on where that member lives and where they would receive the care. If I guess to answer your question directly, if 100% of Vermont members received all outpatient services at New York hospitals, then yes, the cost would go down.
Thank you.
I just want to note really quick that board member Merman said expensive, and we were talking about the cost to MVP. So expensive writ large doesn't account for the time cost or the gasoline or the car
Absolutely.
of Vermonters.
And Eric Schultz, I said, I don't want to suggest that Vermonters leave Vermont to get healthcare, and I don't want to even give the notion of the idea that this is a reasonable solution to our affordability challenges in Vermont, that people leave Vermont to receive healthcare. It's more of a pure math exercise comparing prices in Vermont and outside of Vermont to understand the price complexity and the drivers of insurance costs. So I thank you for bringing that up. I don't want to give the wrong impression as to my suggestion. Sorry, there was you answered a lot of my questions in your testimony. I appreciate it, Mr. Carnegie, of your questions of Eric. So give me 1 second. One thing you did bring up in your testimony that I just feel like is important to highlight is that when we're talking with your administrative expenses, this is both referenced in the L&E memos, Exhibit 21 and 22, as well as other areas, Exhibit 10, of a PM being a very low percentage of your overall premium. How would that be if you had a lower premium? What would happen to the percentage of those administrative expenses?
Yeah, it would go up. Yeah, if you had a 10% lower premium, then your admin as a percentage of premium would go up for the same admin cost on a per member per month basis.
So I looked at the KFF has updated 2025 premiums, average premiums per state, and I know that it's very challenging to compare premium because of the benefit designs by different states, but it's well known that Vermont has very high commercial insurance premiums, and the average is about half of ours. So what would happen to the percentage of your administrative expenses if you had an average premium price that's half of the current premium you're charging?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able. I'd have to do the math to figure out exactly what that would do. But I guess I would point to L&E speaks to our admin distribution among carriers nationwide, not just as a percentage of premium, but also as a PMPM basis. And the percentile does go up, which I think is indicative of the higher premium in Vermont relative to other states. But even on a PMPM basis, our administrative costs are still, as I say, in the 30th percentile for individual. And I'm not sure exactly what it is for small group, but it's somewhere in that range as well.
Yeah, I think that's more of an accurate reflection. So thank you for bringing that up. You, in Exhibit 18, question 31, which is on page 10, this is your pre-filed testimony, discuss the competitive bidding process that MVP uses. Could you explain the competitive bidding process in more detail? You talk about it in 38 as well.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that we have a very extremely defined policy about we have to get bids from X number of businesses and review those bids, but it's a step that we take with all of our administrative costs. I mean, even when we utilize, for example, external actuarial consultants for stuff that we do, we're asked to go get multiple quotes from different consultants to see who is the lowest cost. But I want to make it clear that it's not just our costs that we're evaluating in that case. We're also evaluating what the benefits are of those administrative programs when we're sending them out and trying to acquire them.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about more of your negotiation process with providers, but you're talking about your contractual agreements with your vendors.
That's correct. Yeah, we're speaking specifically about administrative costs and to a lesser extent our PBM, which would essentially be an administrative cost, although it's taking into account pharmacy claim expense.
All right, well, in your pre-filed testimony on page 18, line 14, it says MVP negotiates rates that reflect appropriate reimbursement levels across all provider types in MVP's network. How do you define that this is an appropriate reimbursement level?
I'm trying to see if we have something in the board questions that we answer that in a little bit more detail. But if not, I'd have to go back to our network team to see if they have a specific definition for appropriate reimbursement levels. But I do know it takes into account payment levels across the marketplace. It also takes into account making sure that we have an adequate network. So we may have to pay providers more in areas where there's less competition. May have to pay providers more in areas in which our network is deficient in terms of, or potentially deficient in terms of its gaps of care. But I could get a specific definition if you're interested.
I would very much appreciate that. Thank you. Sticking with this pre-filed testimony, if you go down to back up there to Q&A 35, does MVP align their fees to increase access for PCPs? And as I think you may or may not be aware, in Vermont, a lot of our primary care practices, especially independent practices, are struggling financially. Actually, healthcare costs being one of the biggest drivers of their financial challenges. Do you have an understanding of how much MVP has increased reimbursements to non-hospital primary care providers versus what's been given in the hospital budget process over the last since you've been using graphs from 2021 forward?
I haven't. I don't have it specifically in front of me, but I'm sure that's a number that we could get for you.
I think that would be helpful. Well, in your back up to the list that Mr. Schultheis was talking about, the question one, all the things that MVP has taken to improve affordability. You discuss in here somewhere using your pharmacy benefit manager, and I as a clinician, I don't know if you know this, Mr. Bachner, but I work as an emergency physician as well, so I have endless sort of patient scenarios in my that are in my mind all the time. And one of them I just wanted to bring up and see if this is something that you think would happen to someone on MVP. I met somebody whose child was on a acne medication, and it was a generic acne medication. And their insurance, they had a 10% copay, so they were paying $60 a month for this acne medication. But then the insurer, it's not MVP, but the insurer then switched it, so they had to use the brand name, which is $1,200 a month, and their copay went to $120. And they tried to get the generic, but the insurer said, no, that's no longer covered. You have to use the brand name. Now, I assume that's a PBM related thing and a rebate coming back to the insurer, but unfortunately the patient was stuck with double the bill. Is that a scenario that could happen to somebody who has MVP insurance within these QHP plans?
I can't say for certain that it's a scenario that can't happen to anyone at MVP. So I would have to say it is possible. Whether or not it has happened, I can't say for certain either.
So are there scenarios where because of contractual arrangements where MVP could get higher rebates, that a patient could be moved from a generic to a brand name and have to pay a higher copay? So the rebate goes to the plan, but the patient ends up paying more.
I'm not aware of that situation occurring. But again, I don't want to say with 100% certainty that it couldn't happen. I'm not a part of those negotiations between MVP and the PBM. So I would.
Do you think someone from MVP could get back to the board as to whether or not there's chances that patients could be having to pay more as MVP switches patients onto brand names from generics? Because I think one of the things we're talking about is the generic versus brand name trends. And if that's being distorted by PBM arrangements, I think that would be really helpful to know, but also, careful that we don't cost shift on to patients in order to get those better rebates.
And I should make it clear too that in my experience, it's not 100% certainty, but it's pretty close to 100% certainty that the net cost of a generic drug would still be cheaper than the net cost of a brand drug after rebates, given the same drug class. So it would be unlikely that we'd be switching like for like drugs simply to increase the rebates, because it would still leave us and the member exposed on a net basis.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Question 31 as well. We talked about the line on this. Talked about using non-standard plans. Oh yeah, line 13, sort of response number 9, and it goes to Q&A 18 and 19. Has MVP ever considered use of non-standard plans to direct patients to lower cost care through things like, say, tiered copays?
It is something that we've considered. I can't speak to the specifics of why we haven't moved forward with them, but we are continually evaluating our portfolio, both in New York and in Vermont, to try to understand if there's a way we can better align necessary care, but also affordable care.
And so, other than the cost transparency tools, does MVP do anything to try to steer patients to lower cost, at least equal quality providers?
I may have answered this in my board testimony, so I'd have to go back and look, but I don't believe that there's any other tactics that we utilize to try to steer people to lower.
Other than sort of the quality stamp, I couldn't find anything.
Right.
And the next line, let's see, Exhibit 18, question 31, number 10, you talk about your robust evidence-based guidelines and practice policies and utilization management program designed to decrease unwarranted variations in care and support appropriate utilization. Have you ever had situations where you've had to approach Vermont providers regarding substantial utilization increases or variation in care, or I guess in variation care that you've identified here in number 10?
I'm not aware of anything, but that's not to say that it hasn't happened. I would have to double check with our clinical team to understand that better.
That would be appreciated as well. And going way back to Exhibit 1, page 17. We're talking about the Act 111. This is the prior authorization bill that passed last year that I believe was mostly delayed in implementation. That's Exhibit 1, page 17. And the impact of this amount you're expecting is to be 0.08% increase. Is that for the commercial insurance rates to implement this Act 111?
Act 111 would be 1.4% overall. That'd be the paragraph above. The 0.08 is for terminating an arrangement for prior authorization that was above and beyond Act 111.
Oh, sorry, yes, that's it. Okay. So it's 1.4% increase, and that's due to the increased utilization of these various things. Is there savings on the MVP side to not, on the administrative component, to not have to sort of go through the process of approving the prior authorizations other than this 0.08%?
There should be savings on the administrative side. I'm not sure how much savings there would truly be, but it would be reflected in our admin cost if there were any savings rather than explicitly on the claim cost.
Is that something you can estimate for the board?
I would have to check with our finance team. I don't know that we get
Or
into,
maybe it would be better to report after the year so we understand the impact of this act.
I can't speak for whether or not they would be able to report that level of detail, but if the board requested it, we would do our best to provide it.
Okay, and then I have another note to myself that in the L&E memo in Exhibit 21, oh boy, I didn't write a page down on this, that the prior authorization added 0.1% to the filed rates.
Yes, so that would be the prior authorization that we terminated that was above and beyond the Act 111. So we had a specific prior authorization arrangement with an organization who was doing prior authorization for us, and we terminated that arrangement. And that we did actually terminate that arrangement because there was more administrative cost savings than we were saving in terms of the claim cost.
Okay. All right, I had a few questions for you about this GIA or Gaia app, but I don't know, it sounds like you aren't super familiar with it, but in your pre-filed testimony on page 12, you state on lines 8, 9, 10, the GIA connects members to the right care right away, including 24/7 urgent and emergent care, mental health and psychiatry, primary care, lactation consultants, nutritionists, and more. Can you describe what emergency care this app provides?
I would assume that it would be able to triage care and direct it to the proper level of urgency or emergency. But I'm not aware that it's doing like real-time emergency care because I don't think that would be possible just given the nature of an emergency, if it was truly an emergency, if that makes sense.
Just as, sorry to bother everyone else, but as an emergency physician, when I read that, I was like, oh, wow, this seems pretty audacious here to do emergency care. And then I started thinking about EMTALA and all those sorts of things. So if you have more information on that, I would appreciate it. You also talk about how the telehealth can reduce overutilization of expensive services. Do you guys have any data on the impact of telehealth and reduction of overutilization of expensive services?
Not that I'm aware of. I would have to confirm with our we have a medical economics team that would be able to look into some of that data, but I would assume it would be difficult to analyze just because it would be trying to compare to services that didn't actually happen.
Yeah.
We could look at patterns in decreases of, let's say, ER utilization, but to attribute it to specifically members who utilize telehealth would be difficult. And I think, particularly if you're looking specifically at Vermont, it would be a low enough population that I would not consider to be particularly credible.
Okay, so we could kind of classify that as anecdotal, maybe. There's a lot of discussion of GLP-1 meds throughout this submission. I probably get an email a day from various medical things in my inbox about GLP-1 medications and the benefits. So my understanding is that that it was determined that GLP-1 medications for treatment of isolated weight loss without treating other conditions such as diabetes were deemed to be a non-essential health benefit. So that's why you are eliminating them from coverage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it appears that MVP has taken the stance to eliminate them for patients. Previously, it looks as if it was a BMI of greater than 27. Now it's a BMI of greater than 35 or 35 and over in your submission. Is that correct?
Yes, that was effective July 1st of 2025, but then they will be no longer covered as of January 1st of 2026.
Okay, so for people who are on the meds now, who had a previous treatment plan, they will continue to be covered for the remainder of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no new prescriptions then are being offered through with coverage
Yes,
for under 35. Okay.
correct.
Does MVP have a plan to help steer these people to other resources to get reduced price medications?
We do not have a plan. That has been discussed, but there's no plan in place.
Okay. I think it would be helpful for there to at least be a plan. I know that I Googled this yesterday. It appears that manufacturers offer cash prices that are substantially less than what the local pharmacy price would be. So there might be some advantage to trying to steer patients towards other options for their continued treatment. The other thing with GLP-1 medications that comes up often is that there's substantial hope for patients with diabetes and other medical conditions that there's going to be a reduction in overall expenses of treatment of these with reduced morbidity and mortality and other complications, especially from diabetes and heart disease. Is there a way that we see the cost of GLP-1s come up in the pharmacy side of things? Is there a way we can see the benefit of GLP-1s in other parts of the trend?
There would be a way in theory. I know when the GLP-1s for diabetic use first started to come out, we were attempting to undertake a study that would look at if the increases in drug costs were offset by the increases or decreases in medical costs. The data did not suggest that there was a link between the two. Without pointing to a specific study, I believe I've also seen studies elsewhere from other carriers and other parts of the market that suggest something similar. That's not to say that they don't work and that they wouldn't reduce cost and risk over the long term. It's just difficult to tie for one specific year to say, if utilization goes up by X, then the medical costs would decrease by Y.
It's cost in this year for prevention down the road.
Yes,
theoretically. Yeah,
that's correct.
Board question number 7, Exhibit 17. Board question number 7. My understanding is that MVP uses Medicare fee schedule for determining physician services reimbursement rates. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So as you discussed earlier, that the state's interested in implementing reference-based pricing by 2027 or as soon as practical. Does MVP pay the same reference for all services, like the same percentage of Medicare, or does that vary from service to service?
I would have to take a look at our contracts, but I believe it varies service by service.
Okay. And then do you know where MVP does not use Medicare as a reference? For instance, pediatric services or?
I do not know.
And then do you know what the aggregate Medicare rates are that you pay the various Vermont providers? Say, in aggregate, do you pay hospital X, 250% of Medicare, and hospital Y 350% of Medicare? Are you able to see that data?
I'm sure we could get that data for you. A lot of our contracts are written both as a percentage of Medicare, but also with differing Medicare base rates. Because obviously the base rate for Medicare changes every year, and sometimes providers, for whatever reason, will say, we don't want to switch over to 2024 Medicare, to use an example. We want to stay on 2023 base rates. So we would negotiate up or down based off of that. So it would have to be not just a percentage. We could either take the data and turn it all into being a percentage of, say, 2024 Medicare, or we could provide percentages. Well, stating this is a mix of base rates, but that's definitely
Yeah.
something that I think we could provide for you.
That would be super helpful. And I think it'd also be helpful to, clarify what that base rate is, if that's that hospital's base rate for that year, or that's the overall Medicare base rate for that year. So that would be helpful. All right, that's all I have for questions. I have a few in executive session later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Board Member Merman, or sorry, Walsh, do you have questions for Mr. Bachner?
Yes, just a few. So thank you for your testimony so far, and thank you for the effort that MVP's made to reduce their rates substantially. I was wondering if you could just walk us through those reductions outlined in the exhibits from July 11th and 14th. Were they actuarial corrections from the prior submissions, affordability-driven adjustments? What led to that? They're sizable. How is that decision made? What is behind those calculations?
Which specific factors are you speaking to? I just want to make sure I'm articulating it properly.
The reduction in rate request down to 2.84 and 2.98. Those are substantially different than the over 6 that were originally submitted. Help me understand what drove those changes, please.
Gotcha. Yeah, sure. So those changes are reflective of all actuarially, what we would consider actually sound adjustments. There would be no explicit consideration for affordability in those. What we are considering there, firstly, is any of the changes from the L&E memorandum that they recommend that we would agree to. So, for example, we just had a discussion about GLP-1s. We're expecting our rates to go down because weight loss GLP-1s will not be covered in 2026. So that would be included in going from the 6 to the 2.84 for individual, for example. The other piece of it would be the updated hospital budgets. So the 2026 hospital budgets that were submitted are significantly lower than the 2025 approved hospital budgets. So we are reflecting that as well. So 100% of the changes there are all actuarial items that we either agree to with L&E on, or we're reflecting the hospital budget changes.
Okay, thank you. But no specific adjustments on affordability alone.
That's correct.
Want to ask a question about the trend assumptions and the decomposition of those. It seems to me that the increased utilization aspect of the trends, that could be due to worsening morbidity among the population. It could be due to efforts to improve access to address past systematic delays. It could also be due to provider behavior, coding practices, utilization efforts, things like that. Can you walk us through, do you do any, are there any attempts made to decompose the utilization component?
I will say up front that there's no explicit attempts to decompose utilization trend, other than this year we did try to break down our utilization trend into what we're calling utilization, which is truly the number of services that are being done, versus intensity trend, which is our measure of attempting to quantify coding trend by providers. So in this case, it would be for the same service that's being done. So I'll give the example of an ER service. More providers are billing at level 4 ER rather than level 3. That would be reflected in the intensity trend. So that's about as far as we can get in terms of understanding how the total utilization of services has expanded over time.
And what have you learned from those efforts so far?
So what we've learned from those efforts so far is that utilization trend does continue to increase over time. Some of that is due to an aging population in Vermont. It's not a secret that the market is skewing more towards individuals who are 55 to 65 who do utilize more healthcare services. And that's a market-wide issue. That's not just an MVP issue or a Blue Cross issue. That's bringing all claim costs up for both carriers. In intensity, we did identify a couple of individual service categories where we're seeing significant intensity trends. And we've brought to the extent where we think that there's issues that can be corrected with providers, we've brought that to the attention of our fraud, waste, and abuse teams or our medical economics team to try to get programs in place that will reduce upcoding or and make sure I won't necessarily say reduce upcoding. I'll say ensure proper coding because it could go the other way as well.
Yes. Would you be able to share that information with the board?
Yes. Yeah.
That'd be terrific. Because I think it's particularly useful when we're seeing different efforts among different providers, different health systems, hospitals, using software to help from their perspective improve their billing practices. But there is the potential that may be the population may be looking sicker due to changes in provider coding behavior without actually being sicker. And I think I'll step back and try to ask this as a question. Would you agree that it'd be good to understand that better given MVP's losses over recent years? That if we could tease out differences in morbidity versus access versus provider behavior, that would be useful information, because then you could align, as I think you're just alluding to, with within your organization, you could better address population health factors versus access needs versus provider behavior that may not be aligned with population needs. So would you agree that would be useful for MVP's
yes,
bottom line?
To the extent that it would be that there are actionable items that could come from that information, then yes, it would be useful to understand what's going on and then be able to take steps to reduce claim cost overall.
Thank you. I want to turn to affordability for a second in the templates. You all did complete the templates, still with the reduced premium, reduced rate requests. The guidance was still breached a few times, I think, with a small group, exceeded the guidance document. And if I heard you correctly before, there was no attempt to make further adjustments where those breaches occur.
That's correct.
Even with the decreased request down to 2.84 and 2.98, if the federal subsidies are removed and they stay removed, individuals and small groups across the state could see a substantial increase in their premiums and out-of-pocket expenses. Am I correct? Is that true?
So I want to separate small group versus individual, so we can speak specifically to small group for a second. Assuming that the rate would get approved at the 2.98% for small group, small groups would see an approximate 3% increase to their premium rates. That's dependent on the plan design. And again, dependent on the plan design, they may or may not see an increase to their benefits. I don't know that we've made very substantial changes to deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes. We generally have to live within the requirements set forth by the Affordable Care Act. So small group, I would say that it, depending on your definition of extreme or a lot, 2.98% plus any changes in benefits. On the individual side, even if it's 2.84%, but the enhanced APTCs go away, then I would agree that members who are receiving APTCs would see a significant net premium increase in terms of their rate.
Thanks for breaking that out and clarifying for me. That was after the individual, but I think the way I asked the way that I asked the question was confusing. Thank you for clarifying it. Just a couple of more questions. MVP is a nonprofit. Does MVP believe that its role as a nonprofit includes consumer protections, things beyond solvency and legal compliance? Does that factor into decision making?
I would say that MVP's corporate mission part of MVP's corporate mission is to improve the lives and the well-being of its members. Whether or not that explicitly affects, for example, premium decisions, I can't say. But MVP does view its role as increasing the well-being of its members as one of its goals, in addition to operating as a health insurance company.
Thank you. And just to kind of recapture the high points here and make sure that I've understood your answers. The refiling of rates down to less than 3%, that was done without consideration for affordability.
The rates consider affordability in terms of all of the things that we're doing holistically as MVP in order to make things as affordable as possible for Vermonters, but none of the changes that directly led from the 6.24 to the 2.84 for individual, those were all actuarial items.
Okay. And the individual market, even at the substantially lower rate request, individuals that have been receiving federal subsidies, their plans will become substantially more expensive.
Yes, provided that the federal government doesn't act between now and the end of the year, then that is the case.
And the organization and its nonprofit status considers consumer well-being, but there's no explicit analysis or no explicit component about consumer protection that you've articulated today.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Board Member Holmes, do you have questions?
I do, a few. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you, Mr. Bachner, again. A couple of questions. Obviously, a lot of my questions have been asked and answered, so thank you for that. Hopefully, I can get through this pretty quickly. One question. Do you purchase reinsurance coverage for the QHP market to cover the claims above the $1 million not covered by the high-cost reinsurance pool?
Yes.
Okay. What is the component of the PMPM to cover that? Where is that reflected in the PMPM?
That would be reflected in our non-claim expense that we build into our non-system claim expense. So we build in the net cost of reinsurance, which would be the cost to purchase that reinsurance, net any expected recoveries that are above and beyond the high cost risk pool threshold.
Okay. Can you just, maybe you can follow up with this, but just what the dollar amount is in the base for the reinsurance for that would be helpful for me.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. There's been a fair amount of discussion of these GLP-1s. I just have one question about them. I believe you assumed another 5% unit cost increase in the price of GLP-1s in 2026, which is the same as what was assumed for 2025, a 5% unit cost increase. And I wondered if in particular, there do seem to be some changing market conditions.
Sorry,
Yes.
Jess,
My-
you cut out. I don't know. You cut out there for me for a second. Could you start from the
Oh.
beginning for that question?
I could. So my question about GLP-1s and the unit cost increase, assuming MVP is assuming a 5% unit cost increase for 2026, which is the same as the 5% unit cost increase assumed for 2025. Mr. Bachter, I think agreed, yes, that was true.
Yes.
Okay. But I wanted to ask about changing market conditions in the sense that I think we're seeing a potential fall in demand now that many carriers like MVP, like Blue Cross Blue Shield across the nation are dropping GLP coverage for weight loss. I think the supply shortages have been eliminated. We're seeing new, cheaper oral substitutes coming online, compound pharmacies offering cheap substitutes. So given those changing market conditions, I guess I'm asking about the assumption that's underlying this same unit cost increase for next year as we're seeing this year in a year of supply shortages and huge demand.
Certainly. So I should clarify that for weight loss GLP-1s, we are assuming effectively no utilization for 2000, not effectively, we are assuming zero utilization for 2026. So the unit cost trend will not be will not impact the filing in any way for that one. So we can focus specifically
I'm assuming it for
on
diabetics, and I'm asking just what you're expecting the price increase is going to be for any users of GLP-1s, which would be the diabetics in your population.
Yeah, yep. So that unit cost trend is informed by historic data that's generally within the range of what pharmaceutical companies increase their unit costs by year over year.
Okay, is it possible that the market trends might lead to a lower unit cost increase for GLP-1s for next year?
It's possible, but absent any definitive information about that, we would have to assume that they would behave as they have in the past.
Okay. You also discuss, and you've talked about it today, and it's in the testimony submitted, a consistent overestimate of this generic dispensing rate. And I'm wondering if you can speak to how the actual observed generic dispensing rate compares to your peers or industry benchmarks.
I haven't done any analysis to compare our generic dispensing rate to either other carriers or industry benchmarks.
Okay. Is there a way for MVP, rather than increasing the gross PMPM to reflect their the overestimate of generic dispensing rates, could instead MVP basically increase that generic dispensing rate and lower cost for members by encouraging more to switch from brand to generic?
Yeah, not to get too far into the weeds on this category, but a large portion of the issue or the miss on generic dispensing rate has been new brand drugs that are entering the market. So our historic projections from our PBM have had less than or have had higher generic dispensing rates for drug categories than have actually been experienced, not because we're not making enough members or steering enough members towards utilizing generics versus brands for existing drugs, but it's new drugs that are brand drugs that are coming to the market that are driving up or driving down the generic dispense rate, driving up the brand utilization rate, and there's no viable alternatives for generics for those. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the
It makes sense.
Okay.
Yep, it makes sense. It would be helpful to understand if you could dig into a little bit to see whether your generic dispensing rate does compare favorably to peers, to the sense that you're maximizing your members' use of generics when they're available. That'd be helpful, given the misses that we've seen.
Yep.
I have some questions about the impact of the enhanced APTC subsidy expiration on the individual market. I wanted to ask a bit about some of the calculations underlying the 17% dropout rate, shall we say, and the morbidity impact of the 7.1%. You assumed 25% that have subsidies and no conditions would drop out across all metal levels, and 12.5% of silver and bronze that have subsidies and one condition would drop out. And the impact is about $53 per member per month, which is substantial. Would you agree that there's a great deal of uncertainty in each of those assumptions that contribute to that final estimate?
Yes.
The 25%, the 17%?
Yes. Yes, there is a significant degree of uncertainty in those projections.
So what is the confidence interval around that final point estimate of 17% or a rate impact of 7.1?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to provide a specific confidence interval, but we could provide scenario testing that we've done internally to say, what if the 17% is 12%, for example, or what if it's 22%? We could provide a range of outcomes, I would say.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. I look forward to that. In those analyses, how did you consider the possibility that some of your members, rather than dropping out of the market, might migrate to a lower tier? How would your morbidity assessment change?
We've
dropping out, migrating.
Yeah, so we've designed our premium rates such that if a member changes metal levels, their relative change in their claim cost, including changes in cost sharing, would be equivalent to the change in premium. So to the extent that a member changes from silver to bronze, we would not expect that to have a material impact on the overall rate increase because it would not change the morbidity of the population.
Okay. Did you do any analysis to look back when these enhanced premium tax credits were added and presumably healthier people joined the risk pool? Doing a look back, what was the adjustment to the morbidity and the commensurate adjustment to premiums when those members were added because of the premium tax credits?
I don't have the data in front of me, but I do know that it was not as significant of an increase when the enhanced APTCs were put in as what we are suggesting will happen when they are taken out. I know there was a lot of market changes right around the same time that the enhanced APTCs were put in, notably around things like Medicaid expansion and lack of Medicaid redetermination for COVID-19 that may make it difficult to compare exactly the numbers. It's also just the reality that when you provide something for individuals, they're more likely to take it, and when you take it away from them, they are even more likely to reduce their coverage. So we would say that it's not exactly equivalent to say when we increase the APTC subsidies, X number of people came in. When you take them away and significantly increase a rate, that we would say it's likely that even more people would leave the marketplace.
Okay. I was going to ask a bit about the in your pre-filed testimony, we've talked a little bit about this GIA app, and apparently it allows some cost comparisons, and there is a quality stamp which identifies which providers MVP certifies to be of, and this is a direct quote, supreme quality. So I wanted to ask a bit about how does MVP identify supreme quality of the providers?
I don't have specific example, or I don't know that supreme is a technical term in saying there's tiers of quality that are above and beyond just normal quality. So I could ask for further clarification.
I would love to know how we're identifying supreme quality or quality. How is MVP measuring quality? And follow-up would also be helpful if you would share a list of facilities or providers in Vermont that have achieved that supreme quality MVP stamp. Has MVP dropped any providers in the past 2 or 3 years for exhibiting low quality?
Not that I'm aware of.
How does MVP encourage, and this is, we've asked this a bit, but I want to ask again, how are you encouraging members to go to those facilities or providers that have been certified to be of supreme quality?
Yeah, outside of providing that information, I don't think we're doing any explicit steering of members towards providers that are of higher quality.
Is it possible that MVP could do more in that regard?
I would have to say yes, but I don't get to make those decisions. So I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire company, but it is possible. I would say it's probably always possible that MVP could do more to steer the membership that way.
Yeah, you are actually speaking on behalf of the whole company today. Is it possible also then that MVP could do more to steer its members to lower cost providers?
Yes, I would have to say yes, it is possible.
There was a section in your pre-file testimony where you talk at great length about promoting affordability, access, and quality by encouraging these strong relationships with primary care providers. So what does MVP do to ensure that every member has access to a primary care provider?
So in terms of access, MVP, I think the best way MVP does that is just to have a robust PCP network so that people have, it's provided that there are PCPs within a reasonable area of where the member lives, that we have PCPs that are available to them that they can utilize. So that's part of when we establish our networks and analyze our networks, there's a lot of metrics that are done around how many of each provider are available within a certain driving distance, a certain walking distance of different zip codes. And so we're always analyzing that to make sure that if there's a provider out there that is available, that we are attempting to contract with them.
There was some discussion, I think it was also in your pre-filed testimony, to ensure that every member has access to a PCP. You say, in an effort to educate members on the importance of having a PCP, reporting is provided to large employer partners on a monthly basis, noting the count of the population not accessing care. So that sounds like that's relevant to the large groups that you work with. So is there something that you do for the small groups and the individuals who are observably not accessing primary care?
Not that I'm aware of.
So is there any more that MVP could do to ensure that all of its members in the individual and the small group market have access to a primary care provider?
I would have to say yes.
Let me see if I have any other questions that haven't been answered. I guess I'm just going to ask a bit about you. And this is, Member Walsh asked about upcoding and trying to discern between, acuity and changes in hospital coding practices. And I noticed that you may have a really interesting perspective on this because you previously worked for Cigna on their MA line of business doing chart targeting and doing risk score impact analysis. So given, Vermont's historically healthier population, and now that we're observing this claims trend and there's much more technology, AI technology available to change coding practices. I wanted to ask a little bit more about what MVP is doing or observing, in particular with the view that you have from your previous work, to try and identify, is there fraudulent upcoding happening in Vermont in recent years? And there has been some studies that have come out to say that a lot of the hospital increases nationwide in expenses, there's a significant portion of it is due to upcoding and coding practices. So can you speak a little bit more about that, particularly given the hat that you used to wear?
Sure. So I will preface it by saying that the hat I used to wear was specifically geared towards maximizing revenue for Cigna under their Medicare Advantage line, and in terms of particularly around retrospective chart review. So I'm not fully in tune with things that are being done prospectively in terms of either in real time or encouraging providers to code in a specific way. It was much more of a given that we've received the claims from the provider, do we think that there are diagnosis codes that are necessarily being missed or coded incorrectly, either missed or included that shouldn't have been? So that's my experience at Cigna was much more geared towards that area. In terms of what MVP is doing, I believe that we are starting to discuss some prospective work in terms of with providers. Again, that's mostly related to diagnosis codes, making sure that given we have risk adjustment, that the claims that we're receiving are properly coded from a diagnosis perspective. So it has less to do with whether or not the provider's being adequately reimbursed for the services that they provided. I will say that just it's difficult, and we don't want to necessarily point the finger at any provider that's saying this is fraudulent activity. It's difficult when we're dealing with incomplete information as a carrier. We don't necessarily have the patient sitting in a bed, for example, at our hospital, so we don't know. We only can see that everything that's being provided to us, but we're not treating that member. So it is difficult many times for carriers to say, look, maybe you should have done this better, when we don't have the patient under our care. So I don't know if that answers your question or if you have more specific follow-ups.
Well, it does. I mean, I think this is a difficult area. Has MVP dropped any providers from its Vermont network in the past, say, 3 years due to suspected upcoding or unjustifiable increases in intensity trend?
Not that I'm aware of, but I could double check with our SIU unit.
Okay, that'd be great. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair Foster, do you have questions?
Just a couple. Mr. Bachner, nice to see you, and thank you for your testimony today. Following up on something you said, you were indicating that part of the reason Vermont prices are high is a lot of the care is being done in hospital outpatient settings when it could be done in physicians' offices. And I appreciate that point. Member Holmes asked if MVP steers patients to those more affordable and appropriate sites of service. You said no. I was just curious, why not?
Well, so I would say that it's not necessarily that more members in Vermont are using hospital outpatient services when there are physician services available. Some of it could just be that there are not physician services available. So, you know, in New York, we have much different landscape of care and what's being provided when and where. And even within New York, we see in the more rural North Country, western parts of the state, there is similar utilization splits, although not as extreme as in Vermont. So some of that is just general access to care that is not MVP related, but that is built into the system, so to speak. But in terms of specifically, if there was a situation where MVP could steer a member away from a outpatient setting and into a physician setting, your question is a fair one. Why haven't we done more? And I don't have an answer specifically for that.
Okay. And I appreciate the point about our landscape of care. It's something the board and others have been working really hard at getting corrected so that we do have it. And I guess the other question is, have there been any discussions about whether or not MVP has any opportunity to steer patients to an appropriate or more affordable site of care? Has that been something that's been discussed at the company?
I'm not aware of any discussions that have been done, but there may be discussions that I'm not a part of.
Is there anything from your perspective that the care board could do to assist MVP with trying to move patients to a more affordable and appropriate site of care?
I without fully thinking about the question for a very long time. I'm sure that there are things that the board could do. One of which would be to provide, as we said, access, which I know is something that you said you've been working on. So to the extent that there are more options available for specific services, that would be helpful. And then in terms of steering individuals in particular, I guess one thing in particular would be some sort of database for prices and availability. I'm thinking of sort of this online cost calculator tool, but on a more market-wide level, that could show individuals, for example, if they need, I'm going to use an example of an X-ray, right? That you're going to go to the hospital and receive that service for X price, but did you know that there's 3 professional places within your area that could be cheaper? Something like that would be essentially duplicating some of the efforts that MVP is undertaken with the cost transparency tool, but on a greater and more macro level.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. I have nothing else.
Mr. Carnegie, do you have any redirect, and do you need a couple minutes?
No and no. Thank you.
Okay. So the next witness we have is from Department of Financial Regulation, Jesse Lucier. And my plan, it's 11:30. My plan, unless anyone has concerns, would be to hear from Mr. Lucier and then take a lunch break. Is that agreeable to folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So, hi, Jesse. I'm going to swear you in if that's all right. Could you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
In the interest of time, I'll try to be quick. My name is Jesse Lucier. I work for the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation as an insurance analyst and examiner. And as part of our charge, we have to submit a solvency opinion for the rate filings. I'm going to just highlight a few areas of the solvency opinion as we've done in the past. I forget which exhibit this is at.
19 and 20.
19 and 20. There's 2 opinions. One for the individual filing, one for the small group filing, and they read essentially the same. So the statements I'm making are going to be applicable to both statements. If you look at the summary of the opinion on page 1, I'll read that quickly. The proposed rate filed by MVPHP would not negatively impact its solvency, and the company otherwise meets Vermont's financial licensing requirements for a foreign insurer. And then if you look on page 2, we have a header called MVPHP Solvency Opinion. I'll read those bullets. DFR has been in communication with MVPHP's primary solvency regulator, which is the New York Department of Financial Services, and has not learned of any solvency concerns. In the past, we've discussed this. I think most folks are aware, but insurance regulation is state-based, which means that the primary regulator is the state in which the company is domiciled. So in this case, it would be New York. Bullet 2 of that paragraph says, further, MVPHP currently meets Vermont's foreign insurer licensing requirements. And then the final sentence on bullet 3 states that nonetheless, adequacy of rates and contribution reserves are necessary for all health insurers to maintain strength of capital that keeps pace with claims trends and in turn protects policyholders. On the final page, we have the impact of the filing. In this filing, MVPHP has requested that the board approve an overall average rate increase of 6.24%. Based on the entity-wide assessment above and contingent upon the GMCB actuary's finding that the proposed rate is not inadequate. DFR's opinion is that the proposed rate will not have a negative impact on MVPHP's solvency and will support their continued participation in the market. My understanding is that the rates have changed a little bit, and that the new rate for individual is 2.84%. The new rate for small group is 2.9%. And based on Mr. Bachner's testimony, those changes were made using actuarially sound adjustments. And so under the new rates, our impact, in our opinion, would not change, assuming that it's also agreed upon by the care board's actuary. And I will leave it at that. And thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Mr. Carney, do you have questions?
Mr. Long will handle the questioning. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Long.
you. Hello, Mr. Lucier.
Hello.
So once again, you've answered many of my questions, so I can jump ahead a little bit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to ask generally, why is the department concerned with carrier solvency?
The department, as a regulator, one of our primary concerns is solvency. Any insurance company offering insurance needs to have a strong financial backbone, and that is that's very much tied to solvency and a company's level of surplus. Essentially, we want to make sure that a company has enough money to pay its policyholders and its obligations.
And what impact would carrier insolvency have, or impacts?
Impacts, in the worst case, an insolvency means that that a company may not be able to pay its policyholders and obligations.
Are there any impacts to the market if a carrier is insolvent?
To a market, if in the event of an insolvent carrier, they would likely not be able to offer products anymore on a market.
All right. Is it beneficial to have multiple carriers in the market?
Yes.
Could you please go to Exhibit 19? And I understand from your prior testimony that 19 and 20 are largely identical. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In Exhibit 19, could you please go to page 2? And I want to look at that table.
Okay.
Can you explain that table?
The one that says combined QHP gain loss per supplemental healthcare exhibit.
Exactly. Could you explain? That's new this year. Why is that there?
We wanted to just show the gains and losses that MVP has sustained in the Vermont market since 2019.
Okay.
And that's on a combined basis for individual and small group.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say that this table illustrates essentially what the paragraph right above it says, right? And it talks about over the past 6 years?
Correct.
So it shows MVP's cumulative losses and says it had a negative impact on its surplus, correct?
Correct.
Apologies, I might have not heard that answer. I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Thank you. Why is a cumulative reduction to surplus a problem for a carrier?
I think as noted in another section, rates need to be adequate. They need to stand on their own. And in a long enough timeline, a negative contribution to surplus would eventually force the company to run out of money. So at a high level, a company needs to add to surplus or at least not lose money.
Okay. And the department is aware that this year MVP is asking for a 2% contribution to reserve or risk margin, correct?
Correct.
And it's the department's opinion that 2% is an adequate contribution. Is that correct?
Based on the information I've seen, yes.
Has the department considered a range? So for instance, 0.5% reduction to risk margin. Had they considered whether the rate would still be adequate?
We have not.
Like I said, this will be short. I want to talk a little bit about the contingency for the board's actuary's opinion. I believe the way that you would phrase this was adequacy. So would it be fair to say the contingency that the department is looking for is L&E's opinion on adequacy of rates?
That's fair. I do look at the Lewis and Ellis's report and see what they say about the contribution to reserves built into the rate.
And do we also need to see what L&E says today in their testimony?
Yes. Yeah. I assume it will be similar to their letter dated July 11th.
Okay. That's all the questions I had for Mr. Lucier today. However, I'd like to reserve recall until after L&E's testimony to see if there's any more discussion on the contingency.
Jesse, are you able to stick with us for the
Yep.
rest of the day?
Yep. I've booked the whole day.
Thanks. Mr. Schulteis, do you have questions for Mr. Lucier?
We have no questions.
I'll go in the same order for board members. So Board Member Merman.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a quick question or a long question, but thanks for coming, Mr. Lucier. What analysis did DFR perform to determine that the filed rates of 6.2 and 7.5 were appropriate?
Essentially reviewing the rate filing, and then I know it came out about the same time, but we also look at Lewis and Ellis's actuarial opinion after it. Had there been any significant concerns in Lewis and Ellis's opinions, we may go back and revise the opinion, but it seemed like there was actuarial agreement there. So
okay, so not an additional analysis. You review the similar analyses that we get, the submission and the L&E report.
yeah, we don't have an actuary reviewing the rate filing.
Okay.
So yeah.
And so have you done any additional analysis with the updated rates of the 2.84 and the 2.98 then, or just reviewing what was submitted?
Just reviewing what was submitted.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Board Member Walsh.
Yep. Thank you. Just one question. MVP has lost money in Vermont last 5 out of the last 6 years, I think. From a regulatory perspective, does that trend raise concerns, even if this year's filing appears actuarially sound and solvency is okay? Does the trend raise any concerns?
If the trend were to continue, it would raise concerns. I know there's a lot of variables, right, in the past 5-6 years that have been extraordinary, and that obviously accounts for some of it. Again, if there were indications that the trend would continue the way it has been, that would be a cause for concern. But from the information that I've been seeing so far, it seems like that things are maybe getting better. I think that's the general consensus at this point. So there is concern of the past trend. I will have to monitor going forward. But I think the concern has been lessened in the last couple of years.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Board Member Holmes,
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Chair Foster.
No questions, thank you.
I do have, I have one question, sorry. If you have your Exhibit 19 open on page 2, there's the table, the combined QHP gain/loss.
Yep.
And then the Exhibit 30, MVP Vermont Historical Rate Cut Summary.
Yep.
There is a losses column. Do you understand why the numbers in the losses column would not correspond to the numbers in the solvency opinions?
Yeah, I think Mr. Bachner has maybe more detail about this, but my understanding is there would probably be some differences because of the risk adjustments and possibly IBNRs. The information I pulled was from the supplemental healthcare exhibit. So there's always going to be some adjustments between that and the finalized numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Hearing
Okay.
Officer Barber. I know this is an administrative setting, and I know that I said I had no further questions of Mr. Bachner, but if you'd like him to answer that question generally, I think he could, if that would be helpful.
Be helpful to me. Yeah, if you could, Mr. Bachner, to just remind you you're still under oath.
Okay, yes. So Exhibit 30 is done all in what's called an incurred basis. So if, for example, using 2024 data, that would be only premium collected and incurred in 2024, and only claims collected, paid, and incurred in 2024. The table in the DFR solvency opinions are, as Mr. Lucier said, those are on a statutory basis based on the supplemental healthcare exhibit, which is a snapshot from one date and time, and also would reflect retroactive changes to a year from a prior year. So as he noted, risk adjustment would be a big one. We have to make some assumption about what our risk adjustment is when we file our statutory accounting detail, which his table is reflected on. And then if that doesn't come to fruition, whether higher or lower, that amount would be reflected in a future filing. So that would be the two major differences there.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're at a good stopping place for lunch. Why don't we go off the record, Mr. Lee, if we could? Half an hour, does anyone have 45 minutes, somewhere in between?
Let's go 45, Mike.
Sounds good. So we'll come back at 12:45. We'll pick up with testimony from Eleni, Jackie Lee. Then we will probably, I've heard at least one board member express the need for a non-public session. So probably have Mr. Bachner with us to answer questions in a non-public setting. And then hear from Mr. Fisher and do closings. Does that sound like a reasonable plan? Okay, thanks everyone. I'll see you back here at 12:45. We have, there you are. Chair Foster, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, let me just make sure you've got everyone. All right, Mr. Miller, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. We're ready to go.
Great. Can we go back on record, please?
Yep.
All right, the next witness is Jacqueline Lee. So turn it over to you, Ms. Beliveau.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. Jackie, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Jacqueline Lee.
And where do you work?
I work at Lewis and Ellis.
And what's your position there?
I am a vice president and consulting actuary, and I also am a principal of the firm.
Great. Could you please turn to Exhibit 26 of the binder?
Yes, I have Exhibit 26 up.
Great. And can you tell me what that is?
Yes, this is my pre-filed testimony dated July 15th.
Great. Is there any information in this document you would like to change or clarify at this time?
No, there is not.
And do you wish to adopt this pre-filed testimony as part of your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And then turning to exhibits 21 and 22 that we'll discuss together for convenience. Can you tell me what they are?
Yes, these are the reports from our firm about the individual and small group filings this year.
Thanks. Can you explain your standard of review in both filings?
Yes, our standard of review is to determine if the rates are actuarially sound. That actuarial soundness is defined by our actuarial standards of practice. It's also found within the document. We have some definitions for excessive, inadequate, and unfairly discriminatory, and we are ensuring that they are not any of these, none of the rates or their assumptions have any of these components, meaning not excessive, not inadequate, and not unfairly discriminatory.
And do you review for affordability in the filings?
I do not. We do not as a group.
Do you review for whether the proposed rates promote quality care or access to healthcare?
No.
Do you review for whether the proposed rates protect insurer solvency?
No.
And do you review for whether the filings are unjust, unfair, inequitable, misleading, or contrary to the law?
No.
Okay. Please tell us the result of your recommended modifications to the proposed filings.
Our recommendation for the individual filing is
an increase of approximately 1%, which can be found on page 21 of Exhibit 20. The overall rate increase is 7.2. For small group, it's an increase of about 0.9%. That is similarly seen in Exhibit 22, calling to attention page 20 as well, and the overall resulting impact is 8.4.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the other pre-filed testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And have you listened to the testimony today so far?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Am I correct that your reports each contain 6 recommendations?
Yes, they do.
Did MVP disagree with any of those recommendations?
Yes, they did.
Can you please tell us about your recommendation and MVP's disagreement concerning the utilization trend?
Yes, we can talk about the utilization trend first. And Mr. Bachner also testified about this a little more at length today. Our recommendation is to utilize the results from the regression analysis would be a 3.7% assumption. In their initial memorandum, they say it was that they based on this, but there was heavily blending, as Mr. Bachner pointed out, with 0% using a credibility weighting of R squared. So when we went to review this assumption, we were reviewing it based on several metrics. One, was the methodology employed reasonable and results in reasonable results? We also looked at which we determined that they were not. Then we turned and looked at the model itself, but also is the credibility that it's being weighted with, the 0% assumption, is it reasonable? And then is the overall assumption of 1% reasonable? So backing up to the model and the methodology used, one of our concerns was the use of R squared, primarily because one, as has been indicated in our report, plus Mr. Bachner agreed or said that it was a fact that it is not a predictive measure, it's a measure of goodness of fit. That was an overall concern, but also when we looked at the results of using this credibility weighting, it basically weighted the manual rate, which I'll define, or the manual assumption of 0% by 80%. The data set that was used to create the 3.7 was over 300,000 member months, which in general is a fairly credible data set for consideration. So we felt that this was not reasonably tested, and given that we weren't comfortable with the use of R squared and the fact that it resulted in a 1%, which is fairly consistent with the assumption that they have used in many of the past recent filings, we didn't believe that 1% was a reliable number. So I would say most of the recent filings prior to this one, they've utilized a similar assumption that was based on a utilization study that L&E performed back in 2015. And as Mr. Bachner testified this morning, plus as seen in our report, the CTR results have not been favorable for MVP. And while this all can't be contributed to the utilization trend, it does indicate that something was low. And so when we appreciated the fact that MVP did actually perform some regression analysis this year, and our recommendation was to rely more heavily on this. There are also other metrics that could have been looked at, such as national trends. There are very few national trends that look like 0. So weighting with 0 just didn't feel appropriate. We also could look at just some, we get the pleasure of looking in advance, unlike MVP did when they were submitting this filing, but Blue Cross's utilization trend was a little bit more in alignment, just indicating that the Vermont market was showing positive trends. So to summarize, we just didn't feel that 1.1 was a valid final assumption. And as we did, kind of understood their methodology, there were just some places where we felt could have been a little bit, misleading in their calculation and just not necessarily a good use of these methodologies to produce the 1% that they recommended. So therefore, we recommended a 3.7.
Thank you. Having reviewed the pre-filed testimony and listened to the testimony today so far, do you wish to amend or add to Eleni's recommendation about revising the utilization trend?
No, I do not.
Thanks. In terms of the impact of H266, can you just talk a little bit about MVP's, I'll say disagreement in air quotes maybe, with the impact compared to what Eleni was saying about that?
Sure. So for H266, I don't think we have an inherent disagreement of it needing to be reflected in the rates. I think there is a question of making sure that if this is accounted for within the hospital budgets, then should it also be accounted for here? And that's where some of the disagreement is kind of underlying, is MVP has made the assumption that the hospital budget submissions include the impact of H266. Eleni is working currently with the board staff to use the currently submitted hospital budgets to extract 266 out of those submissions. So when we wrote this report, we knew that that was happening. So it was our understanding that those would be two separate numbers provided to MVP. So I know Mr. Rockner said it wasn't clear whether or not Eleni's stance on this sort of double counting. I want to make it clear that Eleni does not agree with if double counting here. So if the hospital budgets reflects H266, then we would modify this recommendation to just basically say 266 is reflected in those. So just making sure that there's consistency from the board to the parties to make sure that we know whether or not that's included or not.
Thank you. And in terms of risk adjustment, MVP disagreed with Eleni's calculation of the impact of risk adjustment. Can you talk about that?
Yes, MVP disagreed with the calculation, but not reflecting the impact of updated information regarding risk adjustment. So Eleni agrees with MVP's corrected premium impact calculation.
Great. So Liz, after reading the carrier's pre-filed testimony and all the other materials that have been submitted so far in the filings, and then listening to today's testimony, is there anything you wish to add or change to the 6 recommendations your reports make for the individual and small group filings, aside from the calculations of the impacts of H266 and risk adjustment transfer that we just mentioned?
No.
And if all your recommendations were to be implemented and adjusted for MVP's calculation of the impacts of H266 and risk adjustment, what would the ultimate projected rate increases be at this point?
It's our understanding that for individual, it would be 7.6, and for small group, 8.5.
Do you find a 7.6% increase in the individual filing and an 8.5% increase in the small group filing reasonable from an actuarial perspective?
Yes.
And can you just go through why you find that reasonable?
Yes, at the beginning, I talked about the 3 criteria that we base it on: not excessive, not inadequate, and not unfairly discriminatory. And it is our opinion that the rate increase as modified is compliant with those standards.
Right. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Carnegie?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Ms. Lee. How are you today?
Good, how are you? Thank you.
I can honestly tell you this is going to be brief.
Good.
The first is just a follow-up, just to get the record clear. You referenced 7.6 and 8.5 as L&E's numbers as you sit here today. I just wanted to go to Exhibit 23, which is the math true up that MVP does each year at the board's direction, and go to paragraph 7.
Yes.
And there we had 7.5 and 8.4. So I'll ask you, would you go with those numbers or the ones you just testified to?
I believe I will go with these numbers. Yeah, I'll go with the numbers on Exhibit 23.
Thank you. And then the second question is on H266. If I understood your testimony, L&E is not requesting a double count for H266, just the opposite, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Schulteis?
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Ms. Lee.
Hi.
So I too am just gonna ask you a few questions, and hopefully this will be brief. Can you turn to Exhibit 21 on page 2?
Yes.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, so under standard of review, you note that you look at, and Ms. Bellevue went over this with you, that you look at whether a rate is excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory, correct?
Correct.
And then you go on to point out, which you've done in the past, that L&E doesn't look at the non-actuarial rate review factors such as affordability, access, and quality, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the Department of Financial Regulation gives the board an opinion on whether the rates protect insurer solvency, correct?
Correct.
So are you aware of any other kind of expert witness in government or hired by the board that gives their opinion on any of the other non-actuarial factors?
I believe that the board hired Georgetown and some other group potentially to look at affordability definitions and guidance, and that is an exhibit that I'll need to locate in here. So I do know that it's exhibit, I guess, 28.
24?
24.
24 is the
28.
template, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry,
yes.
24 is the template, yep.
Yes. And so, yes, that is the template that the carriers filled out. So I do know that they engaged that group to look into that to help with that portion. Regarding access and whether they're unjust, that is, I'm not aware of anything.
And the same for promotes quality of care.
Yeah, same with quality. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to switch topics slightly and ask you to turn to page 21 of Exhibit 21.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say roughly percentage points, just because the rates have been changing so quickly. So please forgive me. So you're recommending roughly a 1 percentage point increase for the individual market, correct?
Yes.
And you made a similar recommendation that for small groups, so roughly a 1 percentage point increase, or I guess 0.9 originally.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and so the Green Mountain Care Board, and I guess indirectly the people of Vermont, paid L&E to examine whether the MVP, the filed individual and small group rates are adequate, excessive, or unfairly discriminatory, correct?
That's correct.
And so based on your analysis, which the board paid for, L&E recommends that MVP increase premium rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Board Member Merman, any questions?
Just a clarification. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Dave.
So on these rates that you're suggesting in that exhibit we just, sorry, I don't have the number of it right here. Those do not include final hospital budgets,
They do not.
Act 266,
They
the
didn't.
prescription drug.
Yeah, yes. I think that they do include an impact for H266. Yes, they do.
They do include H266. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay. 3.8. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Mid-year,
3.8.
the mid-year filings from UVM and CVMC.
They do not include the mid-year filings.
Okay. And then, of course, if for some reason the APTC advanced premium tax credits were extended, these rates don't account for that potential extension.
Correct.
Okay, so as of now, they account for 266, but not the hospital budget's mid-year adjustments.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Board Member Walsh?
Thank you, and hi, Jackie.
Hi, Tom.
We've had a robust discussion about R squared and how it assesses a model fit, looks at the data that has already been put in, but not so great at predicting. To your knowledge, did MVP do any type of decomposition of utilization or medical trend as to what's driving it? Prices versus utilization, pent-up demand versus increased morbidity, provider behavior, anything like that?
No, the only thing that they did for utilization trend was break it down into service categories.
And the breakdown into service categories that's in their submission, we have that already.
We have it at a very high level. They did perform this at a much more granular level. We do not have the more granular level, but we have it in about 5 categories, I believe.
Do you think that that would be helpful to us as board members to see at a more granular level?
I think you could view it. My concern would be the current way that they have it broken down is into about 160 buckets, and some of those buckets get very small, so they really wouldn't provide a lot of good data for you. I don't see it being bad if you were to see it by those categories.
With the statistical modeling, have you seen other carriers use a similar approach?
Using the categories or R squared?
I'm sorry, the R squared to then
No,
justify their prediction.
no.
Did did MVP submit any confidence intervals, residual plots, sensitivity tests, other things that are used to validate a model, to assess overfitting or any structural issues?
No.
Would further decomposition of the medical trend be helpful in better understanding the rate increase request and whether that's sound or not?
Yes, I think it would be helpful. However, I would go back to it. It could be difficult depending on the size of the, as you parse it. If you're talking about between intensity and unit cost and then utilization, I think that could be helpful, but it is kind of difficult to isolate at times what is the true cause.
Mm-hmm. And from your perspective, how should we interpret the fact that you're recommending a higher rate than the carrier.
I can understand that being confusing. I think one of the reasons why we have put a 3.7, I mean, the big dispute is the 3.7 versus 1.1. Where we landed was 1.1 is not reasonable. You can look at their CTR over time. They've always used this as an assumption, and their actual historical results have not been positive in general. I know they have 1 year where this last year where individual was slightly positive. We see that utilization is a contributing factor to these losses. We did not have access to all of their data. So in short, we looked at their regression that they provided, which resulted in a 3.7. So that's why we recommended 3.7. We felt that that was a more reasonable result than 1.1.
I'm trying to get a better sense of how we as a board should interpret the strength, the soundness of MVP's filing. And we have that from an actuarial standpoint, but we're also required by statute to assess non-actuarial things. So I'm struggling to think about the strength of this filing and to understand whether anything more could have been done on a non-actuarial setting, such as affordability. Is there room for more to be done on affordability? Earlier today, in earlier testimony, I believe in response to one of my questions, it sounded like affordability was not assessed by the carrier. So it still appears to be somewhat of a black box, whether more could be done there or not. And so I guess my question for you is how you'd recommend us viewing the strength of this filing. How much credibility can we put that everything that could be done on an affordability front has been done? Or should we interpret this simply as the carrier fulfilling an actuarial requirement?
Yeah, so the actuarial memorandum includes an actuarial certification. And I know it was teased out that it said is compliant with state law. That's a requirement to be put in your actuarial certification. And that's typically meaning that it, you know, as pointed out, they're offering the benefits they're supposed to be offering. They are charging in premiums what they're supposed to be charging. It doesn't, I would say in general, this is a unique situation where it includes items such as affordability. So I would say that MVP in producing these rates is required to uphold the actuarial standards of practice and the certification to which they're signing towards. So it would be my opinion that that the actuaries are not concerned with affordability because that's just not part of an actuarial standard. And the comment of you know, complying with state law, again, is just general common language and should not be necessarily interpreted. And I even heard Mr. Bachner say that this was not really there was not affordability, that would go beyond in a different area. And in prior filings, they have in fact made non-actuarial judgments. So you can do that and then state that, and that hasn't been explicitly stated here.
It has not been explicitly stated here.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
Board Member Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. It's good to see you, Jackie. Hello. I don't have any questions for you today, but I just wanted to add an observation for the record, since you mentioned that you were working with MVP and our internal team to reconcile the H.266 and the hospital budget submissions.
Yes.
The observation I just want to make is that MVP, it does appear, if you look at Exhibit 10, page 15, where it's confidential, so I'm not going to define any of the numbers in there or, reveal any of the numbers in there, but it looks like they did not include all of the hospitals that are subject to the drug cap in their estimates. So there, I think, are 4 additional hospitals that should be included in those estimates. So as you're reconciling, I want to just highlight that for you and also for MVP in this regard, as it will be future calculations may need to be made, and they need to be inclusive of it would be University of Vermont, Rutland, CVMC, Southwestern, Northwestern, Brattleboro, PMC, and Mount Ascutney is my understanding of the hospitals that are subject to the drug cap.
Okay,
that is
thank
all
you.
I wanted to say, but I wanted it in the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Foster.
You testified to Member Merman that you did not include the mid-year adjustment request that UVM has made. Is that correct?
Yeah, MVP did not. We asked in a question and they could not find that, so it was left unquantified. We think it should be reflected.
Did you review the request from UVM for mid-year adjustment?
I was told about it. We did not, we found the docket, were provided the document, so I reviewed that, but I have not done more than that.
You know how much money UVM is over on its 2025 budget currently?
I do not offhand.
It looks to me like from their submission for CVMC and UVM, it's around $40 million. Did you review the fiscal year 24 budget overages
Yes.
that are potentially up for enforcement? And did you consider those?
We have asked the carrier, typically how we have handled the hospital budgets, we ask the carriers to quantify these. And we did not get enough information from MVP to have those quantified.
What more information would you need to quantify them?
We would need to make sure we understand how much of those overages are attributable to the individual and small group for MVP alone.
You know how much money is at stake in connection with fiscal year 24 enforcements before the board?
No.
Looks to me like it's about 23 million for CVMC and about 2 million for Springfield. So 25 million plus the 40 potentially at stake in mid-years. That's about $63 million. Mm-hmm. If the board were to enforce the full $63 million and reduce commercial prices, what kind of impact would that have on these rates?
Is all of that attributable to MVP QHP?
No, it would be a reduction in the commercial price equivalent to that amount of money.
Correct. Yeah, it would reduce rates, future rates, if those are enforced by the amount that's attributable to it. So it would have a significant impact.
If the board were to fully enforce the overages, would the rates that you've signed off on actuarially be excessive?
Yes.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Juan.
Hearing Officer Barber, could I just ask Ms. Lee one more set of questions in response to something board members asked about?
Yeah, I was going to give both parties an opportunity. So I'll start with Gary. and then get to you, Eric. So,
Yep.
so Mr. Carnegie, do you have any kind of follow-up questions for Ms. Lee?
Jerry, do you know you're
Sure,
muted?
I can't tell if you're thinking or.
I'm so sorry. I said no questions and I apologize very much, but you did get to hear the ambulance going by my office as I went off mute. My apologies.
No worries. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Schultes.
Sure. So, Ms. Lee, you stated in response to Member Walsh's questions, your thoughts about the actuarial certification. And I just want to ask two questions on that topic so we're 100% clear. Am I right that you have no legal expertise in the meaning of the actuarial certification? I mean, of course, you have professional experience, but you're not a trained lawyer, or you haven't studied in depth what the certification means?
I am not a lawyer.
So it's your opinion, what you said, yeah. So would you agree that the plain language of the certification states that the filing complies with state and federal law? That's what it says. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I did just want to note, I did receive a note a little bit ago that the University of Vermont Medical Center and Central Vermont Medical Center fiscal year 25 hospital budget adjustment requests are now on the board's website. So I expect there to be some questions, some follow-up questions that need to come out of this, but that is up now.
To be clear, just speaking on behalf of all the witnesses, are they to be going and looking at this now, or this will be after the hearing? There'll be follow-up.
After the hearing, there will be follow-up questions, I imagine, as there always are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I think now we had talked about a non-public session to allow for questions of Mr. Bachner on the confidential material in the binders. Just want to check, Mr. Bachner, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, board members, in the past, the board has gone into executive session to ask questions about confidential information. I don't think that is actually required any longer. There was a change to the law a couple of years ago that specifically the rate review statute that says that the board can, notwithstanding the open meeting law, examine and discuss confidential information outside of a public hearing or meeting. So my thinking here is that executive sessions are part of the open meeting law, which, like I said, our rate review statute notwithstands, notwithstanding the open meeting law, you can consider and discuss confidential information outside of an open meeting. So what that means is I think it's just a little less complicated and more straightforward than it has been to go into a non-public session to do this. And it would just require a vote to go into a non-public session to ask questions regarding confidential material. As I discussed at the beginning, the confidential material is, pretty well outlined in the binders. There's been confidentiality determinations about all this stuff that it does meet the standard for trade secret protection. And so I think really all you need to do is make a motion, and then we switch to the non-public line that we have set up for this. Does that make sense? Any questions about that?
That sounds fine, Mike. So I'll move that the board move into non-public session to ask questions about confidential materials.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So I think everyone who needs to have the line has the line. So just want to check. Though, Mr. Lee, you have that separate call-in information?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if we could go off the record and then we'll switch over to that line, and then then we'll come back. We'll try to give a time estimate for when we might come back, if so folks can have an idea of that. But it shouldn't be. I wouldn't expect it to be too long based on what I heard in the previous testimony. So see everyone over on the other line. Thank you. So I think we've concluded the testimony of Mr. Bachner. Mr. Schulteis, would you like to call your witness?
Mr. Fisher?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about the affordability crisis?
I could just swear you in. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Let me find the text. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Please go ahead.
So I first off, I appreciate that it's only not even 2 o'clock. We have been efficient today. But I have really just one quick sort of structural comment about the process in front of us that I want to call your attention to. I really appreciate the work that went into creating the affordability standard. It is an important start, an important step in the right direction of formalizing what we mean by at least one of the non-actuarial standards. When I want to sort of raise an issue, and it's a structural one. It's not so much a comment about either of the carriers, but when I compare the two, the affordability standard for the two carriers, there are two things that jump out at me. One of them I think is obvious, and that is that the price difference between the two carriers. But the other one is a little bit less obvious, and I just want to call your attention to it. The other dynamic that I think you see when you compare the two, when you compare the premiums for the affordability standard between the two carriers, is the impact of the Affordable Care Act's lowest cost silver plan benchmark and how that plays out in real Vermonters' lives. And so, what I think we're seeing here when we look at the two carriers, how they score on the premium chart is really the impact of the price variation between the two carriers. And that's a real, tangible affordability impact on Vermonters. Now, I'm not suggesting when you, I guess I am suggesting that when you're considering the rates, the appropriate rates for this marketplace, you keep in mind that a large and growing price variation between the two carriers has a substantial and real negative impact on many Vermonters. That's really the one comment I wanted to call to your attention, and happy to answer any questions if anyone has any, and I really want to express appreciation for all the parties in this process.
Thank you. Mr. Carnegie, did you have questions?
Yes, please. Hello, Mr. Fisher. How are you?
Excellent.
As the healthcare advocate, your job is to advocate for Vermont insurers, correct?
For Vermonters' access to care, yes.
And you have historically advocated for the reduction of a carrier proposed rate increase historically, correct?
Historically, that is a major theme, yes.
And would you agree that MVP, you've been here all day hearing the testimony, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that MVP has reduced its rate requests from what they originally filed in May? And as the healthcare advocate, you support that reduction in the proposed rate, correct?
With one yes, with one caveat. And that is the point that I just made. The reduction in the rate has a clear and positive impact on all of those people who don't get premium subsidy. But to the extent that the reduction in the rate increases the price variation between the two carriers, it's more complicated than that.
Okay,
So
the general notion is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, the healthcare advocate would like to have rates as low as possible, the increases, correct?
Yes.
And as the healthcare advocate, you would agree that Vermonters having a choice between two carriers is good for Vermonters, correct?
Necessary. Yes.
Choice is important for Vermont consumers that you advocate for, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you would agree with me that a level playing field for all the carriers is good for the Vermont consumers.
Yes.
And you agree with me that MVP's administrative costs as a percentage of premium going down from last year is a good thing for Vermont consumers.
Reduced administrative costs is a good thing, yes.
And you, like me, we're not actuaries or accountants, correct?
Correct.
But you would generally agree with me that if having MVP being financially stable in the Vermont market is good for Vermonters that you advocate for, correct?
Yes.
It's also important to you as a healthcare advocate that at all times, MVP provide Vermonters accurate information as part of their accessing healthcare in Vermont.
Yes.
And at all times, you want Vermonters to be billed properly by MVP so those Vermonters can access healthcare, correct?
Yes.
And at all times, you want MVP to be able to fully and accurately communicate with groups and their insurance brokers to avoid lapses in coverage or errors so Vermonters can access the best possible healthcare for each individual insured.
Sounds reasonable, yes.
And at all times, you want MVP to take the time necessary to properly and accurately communicate with Vermonters you advocate for, so those Vermonters can access the best healthcare package for each individual, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Board Member Merman, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Board Member Walsh?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mike. From your review, has MVP offered any concrete plan redesigns or changes to address affordability?
I have not seen anything in my review or anything discussed today that points to a specific review of affordability.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Holmes,
I'm set, thank you.
Chair Foster,
No questions. Thank you.
can you redirect Eric?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you.
Mr. Carnady or Mr. Long, did you have any rebuttal witnesses, or did we need to recall Mr. Lucier?
I don't, but I'll defer to Mr. Long on Mr. Lucier.
No, no need to recall. Thank you.
All right, then I think we're ready to move to closing statements. Does anybody need a 5-minute bio break before we move into that? Looks like not. Okay, so Mr. Carnady, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity to provide the board with information to consider in its determination of the 2026 rates for individual and small group. As I referenced at the outset, we recognize that the board has a lot going on across multiple fronts in addition to setting insurance rates. Board alignment of its 2026 rate decision with its other implementation and regulatory oversight initiatives will continue to ensure a level playing field for MVP and other stakeholders. MVP requests approval of a rate increase of 2.84% for individual and 2.98% increase for small group. And then in closing, I just want to clear up the record and clarify on this issue of affordability. And there's two things I'd like to talk about. First is that MVP is required to provide evidence on affordability. And we have provided substantial evidence in our pre-filed testimony. I can go through the exhibits, but they're there for you to see. There's 11 different exhibits that we offered that provide evidence about affordability. And so the notion that MVP hasn't provided information about affordability, I don't believe it's accurate when you go back and look at the record. We were also prepared to have Eric talk for another hour about the pre-file, but I got the sense that it was recognized that we have provided evidence on affordability. The second point on that, related to that, is that a particular piece of evidence, be it in the rate filing or be it in affordability exhibits or the pre-file, which is separate from the rate filing, a particular piece of evidence can be looked at and considered by the board on all the criteria. There could be a factual piece of information that's in our rate filing that was done by an actuary that the board can use its discretion to apply that fact to determine on all the non-actuarial issues whether the rate is affordable or not, or the other issues. So I think the notion that all of the evidence is siloed, or the fact that my witness happens to be an actuary, or that Jackie Lee happens to be an actuary, and under ASOPs they don't speak to affordability specifically. Well, you know, an ASOP isn't the statute in Vermont. Affordability is a separate statutory issue. So I would just ask you to fairly go back and look at all the evidence, which we believe is substantial, on affordability. The second thing, I just wanted to add clarity about the affordability template and the timing. So if you look at Exhibit 24, you don't need to do that now, but you can go back and look at it. Exhibit 24 was the affordability template that MVP populated a portion of it. And the date of that is July 14th. July 14th. After that, when, and you heard the evidence, we're waiting to see if LNE had any objections that they wanted us to answer about the hospital budgets. The short of it was, after that, Exhibit 29, which is July 16th, that's when we added the additional factors of the hospital budgets as we understood them, H.266, and also adopted, LNE's recommendations, the one that we adopted. So in short, Exhibit 24, when we populated the affordability template, that was with the original filing numbers, And the evidence is clear. Those after that, a couple of days later, those numbers were reduced. So I just wanted the record to be clear on that because it's been a long day. And I hope when you consider all the evidence and consider our briefing, you'll adopt the 2.84 and the 2.98 for individual and small group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Schulteis?
Thank you. So I was going to say I was going to keep my closing short as it's been a long day, but we've managed to keep things pretty short today. Nonetheless, I'm sure you'll all be happy about. I'm still going to keep my closing short. So I mentioned 3 things I'm asking you to do in this year's rate decision in my opening. I'm going to state them again. First, continue to express a sense of urgency for Vermonters' plight. Even if you don't reduce the rates this year, you should spend at least as much time talking about affordability and access as you spend talking about actuarial factors. Second, continue to grapple with the difficult questions about the meaning of affordability and access. Third, hold MVP accountable to meet its burden regarding the non-actuarial factors. I wish I had a suggestion about how to do this, but I don't. All I know is that telling MVP to address the factors in the order does not work. Lastly, I want to share a reflection with you. Too much of the healthcare system seems to be crashing down right now. Although the current outlook seems grim, I believe we can find our way out of the current situation. Whatever our path is, we must learn from the mistakes we've made along the way, not dwell on how past actions have constrained current options, and continue to raise up the voices of Vermonters. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public here who would like to make a public comment? Not hearing anybody. If there is someone here from the public, like I mentioned at the beginning, we are having a session on Thursday afternoon devoted specifically to public comment. So that's another opportunity to provide public comments. And I think that concludes our hearing. I'll turn it over to you, Chair Foster, to adjourn the meeting.
Great. Well, thank you for serving as a hearing officer again, Mike. And thank you, Mr. Carnegie and Mr. Schulteis, for the presentations. I think we got what we needed. There'll be a couple small follow-up questions I anticipate as usual, but we really appreciate the diligence that went into having the hearing today and to the witnesses. So with that, I will move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. We're adjourned. Everyone, please have a nice day, and thank you, Mr. Miller, for your work today.